The old man with the mustache was also very shrewd. It was not easy for him to get close to these big shots, so he had to get closer to them. If any big shot was in a good mood, he could just reward them with something which would be enough for him. He had been in charge of the teleportation in the Mirage City for decades, and he had seen images of almost all the elders in the Sea of Soul formation. However, he just didn't recognize them. It was rare to meet a top-notch existence like Xianxia. Therefore, after he ordered the teleportation to be delayed, he ran over eagerly, hoping to be at his beck and call. The shop assistant naturally recognized the old man and hurriedly bowed. "So it's Lord Zhu Bai." Zhu Bai bowed and nodded to Xianxia and the others in greeting, his face full of reverence. Xianxia only took a glance and nodded in acknowledgement. He then looked at the Azure Frost pill and asked, "What's wrong?" Yunxiao took out the pill and crushed it. The wisp of fiend energy emerged in his palm, wrapped in primordial qi and drifting erratically. "This is demonic qi," he said calmly. Xianxia frowned. Over the years, there has been a lot of research on demonic techniques in the Sea of Soul formation. There are also many elders who specialize in this path. Lord Jin Yu was one of them. Unfortunately, he died on the Five-Cloud Mountain. Zhu Bai's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Zhen Yu was also a well-known existence. Although he didn't know his true appearance, he had heard of him. "So, it's normal to infuse devil qi into the pill?" Yunxiao asked. "Is it normal?" Xianxia crossed his left arm in front of his chest and supported his chin with his right hand. He muttered, "I don't know about that, but it's most likely there. Is there a problem with this?" "As far as I know," an elder said, "the effect of adding some demonic qi into the pills is excellent. Many elders have begun to study this path, hoping to achieve results." "Have you studied its safety?" Yunxiao asked. "You've refined it on such a large scale?" The elder shook his head. "I don't know about that. However, this matter has been approved by the chief. The safety of this matter should be guaranteed." The chief alchemist was Lu Congzi, the leader of the Sea of Soul formation and the president of the Alchemist Association. Yunxiao scanned the shop with his divine sense. Not only this shop, but many other shops in the surroundings also had items mixed with demonic energy, and they were not limited to medicinal pills but also profound-level weapons. He went to a shop nearby, picked a sword, and observed it carefully. Zhu Bai naturally paid the primeval stones quickly. Clang! Clang! Yunxiao knocked a finger on the sword, producing a clanking sound. He listened to it for a while. The shop assistant took the primeval stones and naturally didn't care what he did. He smiled and said, "My lord, don't worry. This Class 7 Crown Sun Sword is incomparably sharp. It can be considered a supreme-grade weapon even among Class 7 weapons." "It's indeed a supreme grade," Yunxiao said. "It's a supreme grade one." Bang! The sword was instantly broken, and he grabbed the demonic qi in the air. Although the demonic qi had entered the core and equipment, it could not be refined and remained the same as before. "Ah!" The shop assistant's face turned green with fear. His eyes popped out as he looked at the broken sword in a daze. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "This swan and I. This swan and I." He was afraid that they would accuse him of selling fake goods and demand compensation. Fortunately, after these people broke the sword, they left the broken sword on the counter and left. Looking at the broken sword and the primeval stones in his hand, the shop assistant felt like he was dreaming. Yunxiao and the others soon left the mirage and entered the Sea of Soul formation. A cloud of mist, like a fairyland, condensed into a material spirit qi, spread under his feet. When the person in charge of the teleportation point saw everyone, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Let's go directly to the Spell God Island to meet the chief," Xianxia said. The person in charge immediately let out a long whistle, and a giant pung bird flew over from the sea and circled in the sky. Xianxia and the others immediately flew up and landed on the back of the ROC. The ROC spread its wings and flew. Immediately, the space distorted and they flew far away. After half a cup of tea's time, a huge island appeared in front of them, showing its loftiness in the spiritual mist. Everyone directly flew down. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, He's finally back. This battle was truly a nightmare. It's a pity that Zhen Yu and the other elders will never come back. Chu Hongyan said. What's more nightmarish is that this nightmare is far from over. I don't know what kind of turmoil will come next. The Sea of Soul Formation must shoulder the responsibility. Xianxia nodded and said, That's natural. Let's go directly to the chief. I wonder if the elders will come with us. The few elders looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's leave the report to Lord Xianxia. We'll go directly into seclusion. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to come out for a year and a half. The injuries on their bodies were too serious, even shaking the foundation of their martial arts, and they would not be able to recover in a short time. Moreover, although they belonged to the Sea of Soul Formation and also served as elders, they were not alchemists, nor did they major in alchemy. Instead, they were elders in charge of martial arts, so they did not care about the Sea of Soul Formation at all. They were only worshipped by the Sea of Soul Formation and could be dispatched at any time. After they said their goodbyes, they flew directly to the Technique Garden and prepared to enter seclusion. Xianxia and Yunxiao went to the center of the island and stopped in front of a huge statue. The statue's face was unclear, or rather, it had no face. It was said that it was the last sorcerer god in 100,000 years, and also the great existence who established the Sea of Soul Formation. In front of the statue was a white palace, majestic and solemn. It was unusually quiet, without any sound or people. There were no guards in front of the palace. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was as red as the sunset. It swept its gaze over the three of them and said, My foster father is already waiting for you inside. I didn't expect Sister Hongyan to come out of the mountain as well. Chu Hongyan took off her veil and smiled. It's been a long time since we last met. I'm very touched. Lu Fian also smiled and said, Me too. It's been half a year since we last met in Hongyue City, he said, glancing at Yunxiao. Fian is still as beautiful as ever, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm sorry. Lu Fian's cheeks were slightly red as she choked. You said I'm pretty in front of Sister Hongyan. Are you mocking me or mocking me? Chu Hongyan's bright eyes rippled like water as she said, You've indeed changed a lot after living 2 lives. Yunxiao seemed to have heard something, and he did not dare to say anything more. Xianxia laughed and said, Why didn't I see you come over for this battle? You're still enjoying your life in the Sea of Soul Formation. Do you know how tragic it was? Do you know how many people died? Lu Fian looked at him like he was an idiot and said, I've already heard some information. You'll report it to foster father later. There's no need to tell me first. Let's go. Xianxia was snubbed. He snorted and the 4 of them entered the palace. With a flash of light, it passed through the restriction and disappeared from the front of the hall. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles sat in the hall. Only his eyes, which were bright and full of spirit, twinkled like stars in the dark night. Only then could one tell that he was the leader of a generation. Both Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan's expressions turned serious as they cupped their fists and said, Greetings, Chief. Xianxia also hurriedly bowed. Lu Congzi smiled slightly, and his old and clumsy appearance was swept away, giving people a feeling of being capable. He said, Feiyang, Palace Master Hongyan, it's been decades since we last met. I'm so happy. Yunxiao smiled. We'll meet again when we meet again. I'm also very happy to return to the Sea of Soul Formation and see you again, Chief. I'm the same, Chu Hongyan said. Good. Good. This is really great. Lu Congzi stroked his beard and laughed. Quickly sit down, we must have a good chat today. Light flashed in the hall, and 5 thrones appeared in the air and descended. Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, Xianxia, and Lu Fian sat down respectively. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from outside the hall, and then a figure flickered. An old man appeared on the 5th throne. He was slightly fat, and he was dressed in brocade, looking slightly rich. Lord Yuchun? Yunxiao was surprised. It's Lord Yuchun. Yuchun is now the deputy president of the Alchemist Association, Xianxia said in a low voice. The old man turned around slightly and cupped his fists. So it's Palace Master Hongyan. I've been disrespectful. He did not even look at Yunxiao, as if the man did not exist. Chu Hongyan was angry to see him looking down on Yunxiao, so she said coldly, "Forgive this queen's poor eyesight, and you are?" Yu Chun furrowed his brows. He was clearly unhappy. He snorted and said, "I'm Yu Chun, the deputy president of the Alchemist Association." "I've never heard of it," Chu Hongyan replied with a smile. "You coward!" Yu Chun flew into a rage and almost jumped off his throne. Who in the world would dare to provoke him like this? If the other party was not the sect leader of the world's largest sect, he would have lost his temper on the spot and taught him a lesson. Xianxia couldn't help but turn his head and hold his stomach while laughing secretly. He tried his best to hold it in, but his body was trembling badly. Everyone present was a master, so how could his expression be hidden from others? He consciously lost his composure and hurriedly pressed on a large acupuncture point on himself, holding back his laughter so much that his face was deformed. "Don't be angry, sir," Chu Hongyan said with a smile. "Although I've never heard of it before, I'm sure you know it now." Good. Chu Hongyan. Yu Chun was furious. He turned around and ignored him. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Yunxiao laughed and said, "Lord Yu Chun, don't be angry. You don't have to lower yourself to Hongyan's level. Xianxia Palace has been sealed off for 20 years. 20 years ago, you were just a small fry. Who do you think you are? Who knows you? You coward. You." Yu Chen's face turned red. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even 20 years ago, he was a world-famous alchemy master, and no one dared to say that they did not know him. "Yu Chun, Palace Master Hongyan and Feiyang are our guests," Lu Congzi said unhappily. Yu Chun cupped his hands in anger and said, "Yes." However, the frosty look on his face clearly indicated that he didn't mean what he said. Moreover, he had a vulture-like face, and only God knew what kind of bad idea he was thinking. "Xianxia," Lu Congzi said, "tell us what happened at Five Cloud Mountain in detail. Don't miss out any details." "Yes." Xianhua's expression became solemn and extremely serious, and there was even a trace of pain. It was difficult to count the number of casualties in this battle, and it was likely that no one would ever know how many masters had been annihilated. He began to narrate that after leaving the Sea of Soul Formation, he had thought that it would be an ordinary mission, but he did not expect to fall into a situation where he had 9 lives and 1 death. There was only Xianhua's heavy voice in the hall. Everyone listened silently, and it took a full 4 hours before he finished the story in detail. After that, there was a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to have entered the realm and felt the blood and tragedy. "Humph. I didn't expect Gongyang Jingqi to be so despicable. In my opinion, we should invite all the heroes of the world to the High Saint Realm to seek an explanation." Yu Chun was filled with righteous indignation. After a moment of silence, he suddenly flew into a rage and said, "Wei Wuya and his son are not good people either. They used human bodies for their experiments and created such a large-scale killing machine. They have to give the world an explanation." Lu Congzi's face was gloomy as well, and he didn't say anything. After Yu Chun finished speaking, the others all fell silent, as if waiting for him to make a statement. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Lu Congzi finally said, "Now that the Holy Region has suffered a great loss, and the sects of the Western region have suffered even more losses, it's not the right time to seek punishment. Let's just wait and see what the Holy Region does." "What?" Yu Chun said angrily. "The Sacred Zone has done such a thing that angers both man and God. Are we just going to let it go? Lord Amaterasu has personally come out to control the Holy Region," Lu Congzi said. "There's also the balance between Wei Qing and his son, as well as Gongyang Jingqi. In addition, it's difficult to cause a big storm with the demon race around. If we do anything now, we'll be throwing down huge rocks and setting off endless waves. It's not like we'll let them do whatever they want. We'll settle everything after the matter with the demon race is settled." Although Yu Chun was displeased, he still sat back down and said, "I'll listen to the chief's arrangements." Lu Congzi looked over and said, "I wonder what Elder Feiyang and Palace Master Hongyan think about this." Yu Chun frowned and said, "Chief, Gu Feiyang is indeed an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation, but he has been dead for many years, and Yun Xiao can't prove his identity. Even if he can, it still needs to be discussed. We can't be careless with the word elder. After all, it concerns the reputation of the Sea of Soul Formation and the allocation of a lot of resources. Lu Zongzi's face showed his displeasure, and he seemed to be a little impatient. He waved his hand and said, "If your identity is still open to discussion, then I'll now officially employ Yun Xiao as an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation. As for the allocation of resources, if the Academy can't provide it, it'll be deducted from my share." "Mr. Chief, how can this be?" Yu Chen said in shock. "Why can't I?" Lu Zongzi snorted. "Li Yunxiao is just a young boy," Yu Chen said. "How can he enjoy such honor?" Yunxiao turned around and said with a smile, "Lord Yu Chen, you're being mean again?" "What?" Yu Chen flew into a rage. He jumped off his throne, pointed at Yunxiao and shouted, "Boy, you dare to be ridiculed." Yunxiao's aura exploded and pressed down like a dragon or a tiger. Boom! The air kept exploding. Yu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying dozens of zhang away. He crashed into the wall of the hall and shattered. Transcendent, divine transcendence. Yu Chen's eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and fear. Yun Xiao restrained his aura as if nothing had happened, but his eyes were much colder than before. "Lord Yu Chen, your stupid illness is acting up again. I had no choice but to save you. I wonder if you've learned your lesson?" Yu Chen's eyes were filled with fear, and Lu Zongzi's pupils contracted violently, filled with horror. A divine transcendence in his 20s. It had never been heard of in the entire history of the heavenly martial continent. Yu Chen's stomach was filled with resentment. He could only swallow his broken teeth and return to his seat with a gloomy face. Divine transcendence experts were already at the peak of the world. Any one of them could run amok in the world without being restricted by any organization. To put it bluntly, they were not afraid of anyone, let alone such a young divine transcendence expert. When Yu Chen thought of that age, he couldn't help but tremble. "Congratulations, Feiyang," Lu Zongzi praised. "You've returned to your peak." "It's already too crowded in the divine sky," Yun Xiao said. "There's nothing to be happy about." His expression was calm, but what he said was true. 20 years ago, the realm of heavenly martial arts had been peaceful. Those who could condense their origin power and become saints were all great figures. Now that the world was in chaos, all kinds of heroes and geniuses emerged in large numbers. They were as bright as the stars, and it would be difficult for them to get into the top 10 with extraordinary and divine strength. Gu Feiyang's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of perfection for his entire life. Although he had touched the barrier, he had never been able to break through it. Having lived 2 lives, he had a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao and could see further. At this moment, although he had just stepped into divine transcendence, he was 90% confident that as long as he accumulated enough, he would eventually reach the peak of perfection. Moreover, the physical body of this life was strong, far beyond that of many demon race mighty people. In addition, with all kinds of profound level weapons and magical powers, the strength of the strength was no longer inferior to that of the past. He was surrounded by many friends, disciples, and beautiful women. All of them were powerful enough to fight against any force or sect. Yu Chen had dared to disrespect him, so he slapped him back without any hesitation. Not to mention that the soul formation realm would not do anything to him. They would not dare to do anything to him. "Feiyang, you're too humble," Lu Zongzi praised. "His power is equivalent to a true immortal realm warrior. It's very lethal and has a lot of control." "Yes," Yun Xiao nodded and said, "In the past, divine transcendence was enough to suppress and balance one side, but it's obviously impossible now. Not only was the balance between the 2 holy lands weakened, but even the deterrence of the 7 great sects was gradually decreasing. This was not a good thing. Thus, it clearly isn't a good time to question a saint." "I think so too," Lu Zongzi said. "Let's wait and see what it'll be like when the 3 old men of Luoyang regain control of the holy region." "Feiyang, I'm very glad that you can return to the Sea of Soul formation at this time. Yunxiao knew that he was talking about the half-year agreement with Gu Shengfeng. He frowned and said, although that person is strong, is the chief afraid that he can't deal with him? Lu Zongzi let out a long sigh. He closed his eyes and slowly said, this old man's heart aches. It hurts like a knife is being twisted. Back then, he had studied under his master and cultivated with his junior brother. The friendship between them was still vivid in his mind. I didn't expect that 100 years later, when I heard that my master didn't die, but became enemies, it was like a pain on my skin. Yunxiao frowned. What exactly happened between you and Yu Shengfeng back then? If it's just a misunderstanding, I don't think Yu Shengfeng is such a stubborn person as long as we make it clear. Lu Zongzi was silent for a while before he said, I wonder if you have heard of the dual polarity divine body. Both Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan looked at each other in surprise. Is it because of the two rainbow stones? Yunxiao asked thoughtfully. Did he achieve the body of extreme yin and body of extreme yang by relying on the two stones? Fei Yang is indeed knowledgeable, Lu Zongzi said. The dual polarity divine body was the two extreme physiques of extreme yin and extreme yang. However, it was not refined by the rainbow twin stones. It was originally an extremely powerful divine body. However, the power attribute of the rainbow twin stones could allow the body of an ordinary martial artist to move towards these two extremes. I remember that there's a technique in Xianxia Palace called the Nine Yang Divine Technique. It's a technique created specifically for the Nine Yang Divine Body, and it's said that it can allow the Nine Yang Divine Body to create an extreme Yang body. Is that true? Chu Hongyan nodded. There is indeed such a saying, but the details are not simple. It's hard to tell outsiders at the moment. Even the divine body of Nine Yang needed to be combined with the power of the rainbow stone. It was because of this that Luo Yunxiang had fallen into Gu Qingqing's trap. Now that her body had been taken away and she had disappeared, it was a headache for her. I met Bo Yuqing in the East Sea back then, Yunxiao said. He seemed to be cultivating the extreme yin divine body. That's right, Lu Zongzi sighed. Back then, he almost went into qi deviation when he cultivated the extreme yin divine body, and it was difficult to control it. I sent him to the Eastern Sea to find a way to suppress it, but I didn't want to go without a word for so many years. I thought he had already died, but the heavens took pity on him, and Shidi is still alive. Chu Hongyan said, if that's the case, you should have a very good relationship with my junior brother, Chief. Why are you so angry? On the way here, she had also learned from Yunxiao about the half-year agreement and the matter of the three people. Lu Zongzi shook his head and said, I don't know either. I don't know what master said to him. Back then, his honored master had obtained a piece of agarine and started cultivating the extreme yin divine body. Later on, it backfired on his cultivation body. Fortunately, his honored master's strength was tyrannical and he managed to escape in time. However, the temptation of the dual polarity divine body was too great, and master didn't want to give up. He finally thought of a method called death sacrifice. A death sacrifice. Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't understand, they felt that something was wrong just from the name. Lu Zongzi's eyes flickered as if he was recalling something. He said slowly, it's the death sacrifice. When one cultivates the extreme in divine body to the end, one's soul will definitely dissipate and one will die completely. However, that physical body can advance to the level of great success and finally be cultivated successfully. Yunxiao's heart stirred as he immediately thought of Yu Yixian. Yu Yixian's body was not a fleshly body of great accomplishment, but a little incomplete, because he had left a wisp of his soul behind, waiting for the opportunity to be resurrected. It seemed that this death sacrifice method wasn't thought of by Yu Shengfeng. At least Yu Yixian had started using it and he was using himself as a sacrifice. Could it be that Yu Shengfeng chose Bo Yuqing as his sacrifice? He asked. A pained look flashed across Lu Zongzi's face. He nodded and said, that's right, Lord Feiyang was right. At that time, Master couldn't bear to give up the opportunity to obtain a complete physical body. In addition, he had been affected by the agarine for a long time, so he walked the evil path and began to teach junior brother the death sacrifice method. I discovered this in time and stopped it in time. Master was finally injured by the two of us and escaped. Chu Hongyan was slightly surprised. The cultivation process of the extreme yin divine body was very similar to that of the extreme yang divine body. She comforted him. Since it was Chu Shengfeng who stepped into the evil path, you can't blame the chief. If he dares to be rude this time, we won't just stand by and watch. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He knew more things, so he did not simply believe Lu Zongzi. After all, Yu Shengfeng knew where Yu Yixian's body was buried, so there was no need for Bo Yuqing to cultivate the death sacrifice. He could use it on Yu Yixian's body, and that was what he was doing now. Thank you for your help, Palace Master Hongyan, Lu Zongzi said gratefully. Chu Hongyan quickly returned the greeting and said, You're too serious, Chief. With the current situation, the stability of the Sea of Soul formation and the Holy Region is too important. Since I'm the sect master of the Divine Cloud Palace, I won't let others destroy this stability. Yu Chun had not said a word after being taught a lesson by Yun Xiao, and only now did he say, We won't let Fu Shengfeng act recklessly, even if he was once the owner of this place. Times are different now. We can't let him act so atrociously. Xianhua and Lu Fian also nodded slightly to show their determination. Did Yu Shengfeng come here to settle his grudge with you, Chief? Yun Xiao asked. Or, do you want to seize the power of the Sea of Soul formation? Lu Zongzi frowned slightly and said, No matter what my master's purpose is for coming here, I only have one purpose, and that is to let go of the past with my master. I'll do my best to help you fulfill your wish, Yun Xiao said. Thank you, everyone, Lu Zongzi said gratefully. Everyone hurriedly stood up and returned the greeting. After that, there was nothing else to do. Xianhua immediately arranged for Gu Feiyang to be brought back to his courtyard. Every elder had their own territory, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. After Gu Feiyang had fallen 20 years ago, the small courtyard on the Magic God Island had been abandoned. Later, there were people who had become elders one after another. They had also thought of using the courtyard, but they were all stopped by Xianhua and Lu Fian, so it had been left empty until now. The small courtyard was extremely large. There were more than 10 bedrooms inside, and all of them came with a secret cultivation room. Since the last visit to Red Moon City, Xianhua had asked someone to clean the yard again, because he knew that Yun Xiao would come back one day. Haha! Don't you feel emotional? Xianhua could not help but laugh when he saw Yun Xiao's nostalgic look. It's indeed very touching, Yun Xiao said. Life is like a dream. There are 13 bedrooms here. Hongyan, you can stay here for the time being. Xianhua was shocked. How can you do that? What are you thinking? Pa! Lu Fian knocked on his forehead and said coldly, What's in your head? Do you think that everyone in the world is as unbearable as you? Chu Hongyan's cheeks were slightly red. After all, she was a little embarrassed. I've also suffered some injuries in this battle, and I've consumed a great deal of yuan qi. I'll go into seclusion first. She randomly chose a room and went straight in. The three of them were slightly stunned and showed a strange look, because the room that Chu Hongyan had chosen was the room where Gu Feiyang had lived. Yun Xiao coughed when he felt the strange looks from the two men and said, I'm also going to go into closed-door cultivation. See you. Then he walked towards another room. Didn't you want to look for Elder Zi Rue? Xianhua said. Yun Xiao stopped and said, Oh, I forgot. You're not in your right mind, Xianhua said. Is there something on your mind? Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, What's on your mind? You're just a martial artist. Don't try to learn psychology from others. You don't know shit. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and flew away. Xianhua shouted, The direction is wrong. Elder Zirwei isn't there. You're not in your right mind. Yun Xiao's face darkened. He flashed in the air and went in the opposite direction. Come back early, Xianhua shouted. I still have a lot of things in martial arts that I want to discuss and compare notes with you. But Yun Xiao had already flown away. Xianhua muttered, This won't do. It wasn't easy for him to come to the Spell God Island. He has to fight for 7 days and 7 nights. I have to advance another level. Since you want to fight so much, I'll keep you company anytime, Lu Fian said. Xianxia shook his head repeatedly and said, You can't. I'm too familiar with you. There's no creativity at all in fighting. Don't talk about breaking through. It's just a waste of essence energy. Since you're in such a good mood, why don't you let me play with you? Chu Hongyan had walked out of the room with a smile on her face. Didn't you go into closed-door cultivation? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately said with great joy, If Palace Master Hongyan is willing to lower your status, I would be more than happy to do so. Shenshao Palace is the #1 sect in the world, and they have countless martial arts techniques and divine arts. I'm sure you'll gain something. I'm also looking forward to the surprise that the Silver Moon Martial Emperor will bring me. Chu Hongyan nodded. Xianxia laughed loudly, clearly in an extremely good mood, and said, Palace Master Hongyan, please follow me. The two of them flew into the distance. Lu Fian slightly frowned and followed behind. She also wanted to see the martial techniques of Shenshao Palace, and she had a strong desire to fight. The island had not changed much, especially for alchemists. 20 years was not a long time. Yunxiao soon found Zirwei's residence based on his memory and flew down. 2 huge puppets stood in front of the house. They were about 8 feet tall and stood on the left and right like door gods. Just as Yunxiao was about to walk in, the 2 puppets moved, each holding a saber and blocking his way. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say that he wanted to see Elder Zirwei, but the 2 puppets in front of him could not understand him at all. But they were blocking his way without saying anything. After pondering for a moment, he shouted loudly, Is Elder Zirwei here? Li Yunxiao has something to ask of you. The voices converged into a line and rushed into the courtyard. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the courtyard, and a huge monkey appeared. It opened its 5 fingers and slapped forward. There was a mirror embedded in the palm. The sound waves hit the mirror and made a trembling sound. Then they were scattered in the air. Just as Yunxiao was speechless, the big monkey's eyes shone with a fierce light as it locked onto him and strode over. At the same time, the 2 men god puppets swung their sabers at Yunxiao. Fuck! What the hell is this? I can't even visit him? Yunxiao cursed under his breath. He was not afraid of these puppets. He rushed forward, and his hands turned golden as he grabbed the saber and cried out, Get lost! With a powerful swing of his arms, the 2 80-feet-tall puppets were immediately thrown into the sky. The big monkey let out a squeaking sound and jumped up. It raised its hands above its head and waved them down. Yunxiao chuckled. With a flip of his right hand, the mirror of the evening clouds of great sorrow appeared in front of him, which expanded to dozens of feet wide. Bang! The monkey's fists landed on the sunset cloud mirror, and immediately, layers of mirror light were shaken out. They rippled on the surface of the mirror like water, and even directly left the mirror, rippling in the air. However, an even greater force was sent back through Monkey's arm. Squeak! The big monkey cried out in pain a few times, and its huge body was also sent flying into the sky, rolling continuously. Yunxiao put away the mirror and walked inside. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice rang out. You dare to trespass this old man's forbidden area? Die! Yunxiao remembered the voice. It was Zirwei's voice. He was a man of few words among the many elders, and he spent all day in his yard doing research, so he did not have any worldly wisdom. Isn't this the courtyard? How did it become a forbidden area? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Humph. This old man's courtyard is a forbidden area. A figure appeared in a flash, and without saying a word, a sword stabbed over. The sharp sword chi cut through the air, making a sharp sound. Yunxiao chuckled. Many alchemists had their own quirks. These people were immersed in the art of alchemy all day long, almost forgetting themselves in their research, so he was no longer surprised. Dang! Yunxiao reached out his hand and tapped on the sword with his finger, immediately suppressing the sword intent. Then, he gently pinched the sword between his 2 fingers and looked at Zirwei with a faint smile. What? Zirwei was shocked, and then he shouted angrily. Clang! Then, he pulled out another sword from the body of the sword and thrust it toward Yunxiao's eyes. At first, a cold light flashed, blinding the eyes, and then a sharp sword light came slashing at him. If he were careless, not only his eyes, but his head would also be cut off. Dang! Unfortunately, Yunxiao could see the sword clearly with his magical spirit eyes. He clamped the new sword between 2 fingers again and said with a smile, "Are there any more swords in this sword?" Zirwei revealed a cold smile. "Kid, you do have some skills. No wonder you dare to barge into my forbidden area." He swung his arm fiercely and abandoned the sword. He turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. Yunxiao threw away the sword and followed behind, saying, "Elder Zirwei, I've also studied puppetry a little and would like to spar with you." Zirwei stopped in his tracks, turned around, and gave Yunxiao a few looks. "Little brat, you've even studied puppetry, haha." Yunxiao seemed to be very patient with these alchemists as he said, "All right, just pretend I didn't do any research. I just want to ask you a few dozen questions." "A few dozen?" Zirwei stopped again and sneered. "Do you think you're my disciple? Even my disciple can't answer dozens of difficult questions at once. Seeing that you're quite capable to be able to barge in here, I'll let you ask me a question. After you're done, get the hell out of here." Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "The 2 giant puppets in front of the door just now should have developed their own sentience, right? However, its spiritual intelligence was extremely low, and it was similar to an artifact spirit. However, when they attack, they are secretly cooperating with each other. I really want to know how 2 or more puppets can be as one." Zirwei was taken aback, and then his face darkened as he stared at Yunxiao with a murderous aura and shouted, "Speak! Who sent you to investigate my puppet technique?" Yunxiao smiled wryly and said, "Are you going to break your promise, Elder? You promised to answer my questions." Zirwei replied coldly, "I don't mind answering your question. You won't understand even if I tell you. I just want to know who's behind you. How dare you covet my research results?" "What?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Is there anyone else in the entire Sea of Soul Formation who is interested in this thing besides Elder Zirwei?" Zirwei was stunned for a moment and then frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "You're right. It's strange. Except for my few disciples, no one in the Sea of Soul Formation has studied this Lao AI." He could not help but look at Yunxiao again. What he saw shocked Zirwei, as he found that he could not see through Yunxiao's cultivation base. "Who are you?" Zirwei became cautious. To be able to walk around the Sea of Soul Formation at will and at such a young age, he probably had a powerful background. "I'm Li Yunxiao, the honorary elder newly hired by the chief." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "I'm here to ask Elder Zirwei about puppetry." "Honorary elder?" Zirwei was taken aback. He sized Yunxiao up again and said, "Although I've been studying hard all year round and don't care about worldly affairs, it's impossible for me to not have heard of the matter of inviting an honorary elder to the Soul Formation realm. Where's your token?" "I just hired you," Yunxiao said. "I don't have a token yet." "Isn't this lie too low level?" Zirwei laughed coldly. "My identity is not important," Yunxiao said. "What's important is to compare puppet arts." "Sparring? Haha. What a joke. What qualifications do you have to compare notes with this old man?" Zirwei didn't hide his contempt. Yunxiao took out a jade slip and handed it over, saying, "Elder, look at this first." Zirwei scanned it with his divine sense and frowned. He took the jade slip and held it in his hand to sense its contents. His expression changed instantly. At first, he was shocked, then he was greatly shocked, and then he began to ponder. His brows furrowed into a deep frown, but he was completely unaware. The 2 of them stood still as Yunxiao watched them with a smile on his face. He stood there for 4 hours before Zirwei slowly came back to his senses and said, "Where did you get this jade slip from?" "It's from a secluded overseas sect," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Mu Zhuang, the head of the Mu family, gave it to me." "The Mu family's head? No wonder, no wonder." Zirwei's face was filled with shock. He held the jade scroll with both hands as if he had obtained a treasure. The insights and understanding of puppetry within it are priceless treasures. yet you're willing to let me see them without holding back. It's clear that you're still too young to understand the value of this item. Ha ha ha. It's not that I don't understand the value of it, Xianxia said with a smile. But if I don't take out the precious treasure, will Elder Zirwei pay attention to me? Hee hee. Zirwei laughed awkwardly. That's true. Since I've received such benefits from you, I naturally won't be stingy. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. He looked confident and did not think that Xianxia would be able to ask any valuable questions. Xianxia nodded. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to discuss it in a short time. Elder Zirwei, aren't you going to invite me in? Zirwei frowned. You can't explain it in a short time. This old man's time is limited and precious. Xianxia cursed in his heart. I've given you such a big advantage, but you're still putting on a show. He took out a human-shaped puppet and threw it over, saying, My lord, please take a look at this. The puppet was very thick and strong, and its face was very blurry. It looked very rough, and there was a ding on its chest and a mao on the back. It was one of the 6 ding and 6 jia. When Zirwei held it in his hand, he was first disgusted by the rough workmanship. Just as he was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He raised the Ding Mao puppet high in front of his eyes and carefully observed it. Formation puppet. This is a formation flag, and it's the highest grade heart-refining formation flag. Zirwei suddenly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He knocked himself on the head a few times to prove that he was not dreaming and that he was not seeing things. Oh, so this thing is a formation puppet, this one understands. Elder Zirwei's time is very limited, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come visit another day. Xianxia reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. A shadow flashed, and the Ding Mao puppet was taken back from Zirwei's hand. Then he turned and was about to leave. Don't go! Zirwei was so anxious that he stepped out and teleported to the door to stop Xianxia, then said anxiously, Then show me the heart-refining formation puppet again. How can such a divine object still exist in this world? Impossible, impossible. It should have been extinct a long time ago. Xianxia raised his brow and frowned. Whether it still exists or not has nothing to do with Elder Zirwei, right? Moreover, Elder's time is too precious. Every time you delay it, I will feel guilty. I'll take my leave first, no need to see you off. Xianxia did not bother to pay attention to him. In a flash, he bypassed Zirwei and walked out. He knew better than anyone else what these alchemists were thinking. Since Lu Ding and Liujia could attract Zirwei, they would definitely pester him. Don't go! Xianxia! Zirwei cried out in pain, as if some precious treasure had just left him. He rushed up to Xianxia and held him in his arms, dragging him into the yard while constantly shouting, It's not precious. It's not precious. This old man's time is trash time. How can it be precious? It doesn't matter even if it's a delay of 10 or 100 years. Xianxia's face darkened. He did not expect the man to be so shameless, and the feeling of being held by an old man was terrible. He hurriedly shook the man away and said, All right, then I'll be delayed for a while. Zirwei was overjoyed and hurriedly called for a servant to boil wine and tea. What's the heart-refining array armor you mentioned just now, Elder? Xianxia asked. What's that about? Let me see it again, Zirwei hurriedly said. I still can't believe that such a thing exists. Xianxia handed Ding Mao over. Zirwei hurriedly got up and took it with trembling hands. He began to observe it carefully. The intoxicated expression on his face was like he was admiring a beautiful woman. Xianxia did not urge him, but just drank his wine and tea quietly. After a long while, Zirwei finally recovered from the silence. He hugged the Ding Mao puppet to his chest and said, Could this item also be from the MU clan? You have a good eye, Elder, Xianxia said with a smile. You have a sharp eye. Zirwei sighed. In this world, I'm afraid no one else can make this thing except the MU family. It's been a long time. It should be an unparalleled treasure even in the MU family. And the jade slip from before. His eyes lit up. Could it be that Your Excellency has dug up the MU clan's treasury? Xianxia almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He coughed a few times and said, Can Elder's brain be any bigger? I have a friendship with the MU clan, and he gave me the jade slip. As for this puppet, I obtained it by chance. It's because it's extremely precious that I didn't dare to let the MU clan have a taste. You did the right thing, Zirwei quickly said. If the MU clan sees this, they will definitely not be able to return. You must not leak this information, or else I'm afraid they will kill their way to the Sea of Soul formation to take it. What? Yunxiao was stunned. Are you exaggerating? Yes, definitely. Zirwei suddenly thought of something and hurriedly cast out several incantation seals, setting up a barrier around him. As if he was still worried, he instructed the servants. Activate all the mechanisms and arrays. Don't let anyone get close to the courtyard. Kill anyone who comes. Even if the chief is here, kill him without mercy, he ordered after a pause. Yunxiao, However, the servant was very loyal. He said solemnly, yes. He turned around and left. After the servant left, Zirwei set up 2 more barriers and took out several array flags to completely seal off the space. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he knew a lot about alchemists, and he knew that this was not the only abnormal alchemist in the Sea of Soul formation. He could find them everywhere. Only then did Zirwei place the Ding Mao puppet on the table. His eyes were like needles as he stared at it, afraid that it would fly away. Young Master Yunxiao, do you know what is the most powerful among the 10 million puppets? Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, puppets are also a branch of sorcery. In terms of strength, they should naturally be divided by their ranks. For example, divine puppets. The heaven-patrolling bull is a divine phoenix, Yunxiao thought to himself. If this lunatic knew that he still had a divine venomous insect on him, he wondered if he would tear him apart. This is the traditional prejudice of alchemists, Zirwei said with a sneer. But we puppeteers have broken through the shackles of winning by ranking and have opened a new field, which is the heart-refined puppet. What's up with this heart-refined puppet? Yunxiao asked. What's going on with it? The 6 Ding and 6 Jia were one of the MU family's 3 great puppetry arts, so they must be extraordinary. However, he didn't expect Zirwei to take them so seriously. In terms of profound-level weapons, this heart-refined puppet is the most similar to a combined profound-level weapon, Zirwei said. Yunxiao immediately understood that the sea god's suit on Water Fairy was a combined mystic artifact. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But the power of 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. That's just a combined profound-level weapon. It doesn't seem to be new. How can you say that it's a new field? Zirwei laughed coldly. I was just afraid that you wouldn't understand, so I made a rough analogy. How can a combined profound-level weapon compare to a heart-refined puppet? No matter if it's a puppet or a profound-level weapon, there will always be a weapon spirit, and the weapon spirit of a puppet will always be a level higher and have stronger spirituality. However, the weapon spirit of this heart-refined puppet is not simple. This thing is dull and lifeless, Yunxiao said with a frown. There is no artifact spirit in it at all. That's because you're shallow and don't know what a treasure is. Shut up, Zirwei snapped. Obviously, he was not happy with Yunxiao's comment on Ding Mao's puppet. Frowning, Yunxiao carefully observed the puppet again, then said with great certainty, there's indeed no artifact spirit. As a 9th-tier alchemist, his achievements in the art of alchemy were no less than Zirwei's. Unconvinced, he said, although this young master doesn't dare to be arrogant, I believe that I still have this bit of common sense and the ability to distinguish. Zirwei laughed coldly. This is the difference between heart-refined puppets. Any set of heart-refined puppets is based on a great divine ability or formation. They are refined on this foundation to reproduce the power of the divine ability and formation. This Ding Maotong should be the heart-refining formation gu, and their weapon spirit was the soul of the formation. It could only be manifested after the formation was complete. The intelligence of the formation soul is comparable to that of an ordinary person. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. Are the 2 men divine puppets in front of your courtyard the heart-refined puppets refined based on divine martial techniques? Zirwei cursed. How can those two pieces of trash compare to a heart-refined puppet? I only transformed a simple combination technique into a formation and engraved it on their bodies, so they can only perform some simple attacks. It's simply like the difference between cloud and mud. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, I understand what you mean. The core of mind-refined puppets is to derive divine abilities or arrays. They live on divine abilities and array power. Zirwei's eyes lit up and he praised, Your comprehension is very high. The puppet itself was only a carrier. The key lay in its soul, which was also the art of divine power. However, when all of these heart-refined puppets are gathered together, they will be able to evolve into artifact spirits and use that divine ability. Then, is it possible that many artifact spirits appear at the same time? Xianxia asked, Is it possible? For example, there are many formation eyes in a formation, the kind that requires the combined strength of many people. The situation you're talking about exists in theory, but it's very difficult to achieve, Zirui said. No matter how many formation eyes there are, they usually belong to one formation soul, which is the artifact spirit of the heart-refined puppet. He looked at the Ding Mao puppet with a sigh and said, What a pity! If I had a complete set, I might be able to reproduce this world-shaking great puppet technique. However, his dispirited spirit was swept away very quickly. He said somewhat excitedly, It's already a great fortune for me to be able to obtain a heart-refined puppet. As long as I continue to study it, I'll definitely be able to make a breakthrough. How much is this puppet? I'll buy it. Not for sale, Xianxia said. Not selling? Haha, little brat. This thing is useless to you. If you really like puppets, this old master can make a few beautiful and powerful ones for you. Zirui was full of confidence. Not just a puppet. If you have any wishes you want to fulfill, you can also say it. With my abilities, I can definitely help you fulfill them. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and his face was full of admiration as he said, Really? Zirui confidently stroked his beard and smiled. Of course. I want to step into the immortal realm, Xianxia said. Wan, are you fucking kidding me? Zirui asked. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Unless I can step into the deity realm, I will not sell this puppet. Humph. Zirui slapped the table and stood up. He grabbed Ding Mao's puppet and said coldly, You have to sell this puppet, whether you want to or not. I can see that Elder Zirui really likes this thing, Xianxia said with a smile. Don't get excited. Let's have a good talk. I'm also quite fond of the Tao of puppets. Does Elder Zirui have any insights or experiences that you can share with me? Zirui's face turned a little unsightly. Insights were like treasures to every alchemist, and every step on the path of alchemy research was very difficult. No one would share their insights with others unless they could get the same benefits. Elder, Xianxia said, I have shown you the insight of the head of the Mu family without holding back. You didn't comprehend those things yourself, Zirui said coldly. Of course you think they're worthless. You can show them to anyone. Xianxia's face darkened as he said coldly, I also discovered a jade slip from the same generation as the Ding Mao puppet. It seems to have been left behind by the puppet's owner, Mu Chun. He took out the jade slip that contained Mu Chen's thoughts on the puppet technique and fiddled with it. Zirui's face froze as he stared at the jade slip. With his ability, he could naturally tell that this item was as old as the Ding Mao puppet. Moreover, the two words Mu Chun were very awkward. Mu Chen. Zirui suddenly screamed, The Mu family's first-generation head. The legendary puppet master Mu Chan? The jade slip he left behind. Hurry and show me. Zirui pounced on him like a hungry tiger. With a cold smile, Xianxia sat where he was, and without making a move, he teleported away with a flash of light, making Zirui miss. Zirui then realized he had lost his composure and hurriedly said, Young Master Xianxia, that thing's value is immeasurable. It's a waste to keep it in your hands. Quick, let me see it. That appearance was as if his heart was burning with anxiety, and he was unable to endure his thirst. Xianxia sneered. This is the insight left by the puppet master Mu Chun. It is a priceless treasure. How can I let anyone see it? My lord, you'd better give up. Give me the Ding Mao puppet. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Zirwei was so embarrassed that his cheeks turned red. He hurriedly took out a jade slip and carefully handed it to Yunxiao, saying, "This is my many years of experience in puppetry. I've recorded everything in it. Young Master Yunxiao, destroy it after you've read it. You can't give it to a third person." Yunxiao put the jade slip away and said, "I've shown you the experience of the head of the MU family, so we're even. Return the Ding Mao puppet to me. I'm going home to eat." "Ah? You? Give me perfected Mu Chen's puppet knowledge." Zirwei's eyes were wide open as he said angrily, "You think I'll give it to you just because you say so?" Yunxiao sneered, "You're speaking as if I owe you something." His figure flashed past Zirwei and retrieved the Ding Mao puppet. How could Zirwei stop his movement technique? In the blink of an eye, he discovered that the puppet was gone. Immediately, it was like he had lost a child. "Wah, wah!" He screamed and madly rushed over. "If Elder could have been honest with me earlier," Yunxiao said coldly, "I wouldn't have been so stingy with Mu Chen's insights. As for now, I'll come back to you when I have more questions. If everything goes well, then we won't have to meet again." He stretched out his hand and formed a seal with one hand. In an instant, he broke several restrictions and turned into a ray of light to fly away. "Stop him! Stop him!" Zirwei howled at the top of his lungs, his eyes completely red. Several beams of light shot up from the courtyard, but Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen. Eft! Zirwei spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yunxiao fled thousands of feet away before he transformed into his true form and strolled on the sea of clouds. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid Zirwei will die this time. It won't be too late to show him Mu Chen's experience after I've taken control of the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Fiend formation. If they encountered any difficulties, they could ask him for advice at this price. Otherwise, without any restraints, they really couldn't move that old thing." The entire Magic God Island was very vast, and it was surrounded by boundless spiritual qi. It was like a paradise, and it was difficult to tell the direction. Suddenly, a black beam of light flew over, and Yunxiao's pupils constricted. It was a powerful demonic energy. One of the warriors in the black light had a sullen look on his face, and he even seemed to be struggling in pain. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, as if he had discovered Yunxiao. He suddenly emerged from the light and landed directly beside him. "Which elder's disciple are you?" "What's wrong?" the warrior asked, staring at Yunxiao with a cold face. He withdrew his fiend aura and hid the fierce and painful look on his face. "I'm under Elder Zirwei," Yunxiao said. "Your Excellency is Lao Ai." The person in front of him was very unfamiliar. He was most likely a martial artist who had entered the Sea of Soul Formation later. That martial artist said, "I'm the Sea of Soul Formation Elder, Xing Chun." "Humph! You actually didn't recognize this seat's identity. What crime should you be punished for?" he shouted sternly, his face completely black. Yunxiao pretended to panic and said in a hurry, I'm sorry. So it's Elder Xing Chun. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never seen you in person. Please don't blame me." Xing Chun frowned. Most people would be scared to kneel down after being scolded by him like this. However, although this disciple in front of him was flustered, he didn't have a fearful expression. He thought that Zirwei was also a weirdo. It was rare to see him in a few years, and his disciples seemed to be the stupid type. "No harm. I'm an elder of the martial arts world, and I have little contact with you people of the art path, so it's normal that I don't know you. However, I have something that I need your help with," Xing Chun said slowly, his eyes flashing with a glint that was not easily noticed. But how could Yunxiao hide that look from him? He played dumb and said, "What is it? I still have important matters to attend to, and I need to hurry to the Warlock God Hall." "What? Why are you going to the Warlock God Palace?" Xing Chun was stunned for a moment. Unless something major happened, there were very few elders who wanted to go to the Spell God Palace. Moreover, it was usually the elders who would go personally and very few disciples would be sent. Yunxiao put on a troubled look and said, It's not convenient to say this Ingluo. Xing Chun frowned and shouted. What's so inconvenient about it? Could it be that you're doing something shameful? Quickly tell this lord. As expected, the other party's face paled and he began to tremble. Xing Chun laughed coldly in his heart. This kind of young brat was still not easily toyed with by him. Yun Xiao was a little embarrassed. He covered his mouth with his hand and said in a low voice, "The Vice Guild leader, Lord Yu Chun, brought in a group of female singers and entrusted Lord Zirwei with the task of refining 300 body-strengthening returning yang pills. These pills, the pills have been refined, and he has sent me to deliver them." Xing Chun was completely stunned. After a long while, he looked at Yun Xiao suspiciously and said, "You're not lying to me, are you? Lord Yu Chun, Yun Xiao panicked. "How would I dare lie to you, my lord?" He said in a hurry. "Look, the medicinal pills are here." He took out a suet jade bottle and handed it over, saying, "Lord Zirwei has repeatedly warned that we must not tell anyone. Oh my, this is bad. Sir, you must not tell anyone about this, or else I will be severely punished." He had a look like he was finished, begging Xing Chun to keep it a secret. What? Xing Chun was really stunned this time. He looked at the bottle of crimson medicinal pills. There were more than 300 of them, and they were emitting astonishing spiritual energy. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary medicine. His previous half-belief turned into a basic belief. He thought to himself, "You've already revealed this matter. If Yu Chun were to find out, not only would he be severely punished, he might even want to kill your entire family. It's Master Yu Chen's private illness. I'll keep it a secret," he said with a straight face. "You can't talk about it again." Yun Xiao nodded hurriedly and put away the pill. "Of course not. This matter is extremely confidential. It was Master Yu Chun who personally came to the small courtyard to ask Elder Zirwei to make it." Xing Chun laughed coldly in his heart, thinking that Yu Chun actually had such a bad habit. Now that this secret had fallen into his hands, if he didn't make good use of it, how could he live up to this news? Yun Xiao saw through his mind at a glance and chuckled to himself. "Looks come from the heart. I can tell you're not a good person just by looking at your silly face. Who knows what kind of wicked idea you're thinking of now?" Xing Chun's eyes flickered as he thought for a while before he came back to his senses. He looked at Yun Xiao with a kind expression and said, "What's your name?" "My name is Che-Yu," Yun Xiao said. "My name is Che-Yu. Che-Yu? Go to the sorcerer's palace and deliver the pills. Come find me at my place when you're back. I have something I need you to do. As a reward, I'm willing to spend some time to help you come up with a better name." Xing Chun took out a coordinate mark and gave it to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was speechless for a moment. "This name is indeed terrible," he said. "I agree with that, but I don't think it's a good idea to give it a new name." Xing Chun's face fell. He said in a cold voice, "Why? You feel that this reward isn't good? Or perhaps it's not enough?" Yun Xiao, he only felt that the person in front of him was an extremely amusing idiot, and really wanted to slap him to death, but he held back and said, "It's not Ingluo. Humph. This lord has read a lot of books and there are many people who ask me to take them, but I'm too lazy to care." Xing Chun seemed to feel that the other party was not satisfied with the benefit of giving a name. After thinking for a moment, he took out a white medicinal pill and handed it over, saying, "Eat it." Yun Xiao was startled. He covered his mouth and said, "How can you eat medicinal pills?" At a glance, he could tell that the elixir contained a trace of demonic qi. The elixir itself had no problem. It was a spiritual elixir that could increase the power of a rank 8. Xing Chun sneered and said, "Truly unable to tell good from bad. This seat is giving you benefits. To think that you're even Elder Zirwei's disciple. Can't even recognize Tier 8 spirit pills?" Yun Xiao took the pill and swallowed it immediately. The wisp of fiend energy was absorbed by his body in an instant like a drop of water falling into a great river, and there was no reaction at all. When Xing Chun saw him eat it, he immediately revealed a trace of an evil smile and patted his shoulder, saying, "That's right. Hurry up and deliver the pills. If you're late, I'm afraid Master Yu Chun will be unhappy." Haha. Yun Xiao chuckled as well, and then he headed in the direction of the sorcerer's palace. Xing Chun pondered for a while and revealed a ferocious expression. He suddenly turned into a ball of demonic qi and flew away in the direction he came from. After walking for a while, Yun Xiao saw the sorcerer's palace in the distance. As the vice president, Yu Chun also lived in a side hall not far from the temple. He had only wanted to make a joke, but seeing that the warlock temple was right in front of him, he decided to do it to the end. As he thought of this, he took out a large amount of materials from his storage space and threw them into the cauldron of mountain and river to start refining. Very quickly, 300 extremely powerful pills were produced. After he packed them up, he walked towards Yu Chen's side hall. "Who's there? Stop!" The guards in the side hall immediately stopped Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao hurriedly took out some pills and handed them over. "I'm Elder Xing Chun's disciple. I'm here to deliver the pill to Lord Yu Chun." "Elder Xing Chun? Give me pills." The guard's eyes narrowed. He stared at the white jade bottle for a while and said, "What pill?" "This by an..." Yun Xiao put on an embarrassed look and said, this swan and I. Why are you hemming and hawing? Do you have a guilty conscience?" The guard grew vigilant. He snatched the pill from Yun Xiao's hand, opened the lid, and began to observe it. "Ah!" Yun Xiao panicked and cried out, "This pill is a top secret and can't be shown to outsiders." The guard also had a certain foundation in the art of magic. He put it to his nose and sniffed it a few times. Suddenly, a stunned expression appeared on his face. He said, this pill Picio, Aya, you found out. It's the kind that will make you very powerful after eating it," Yun Xiao said anxiously. "Lord Yu Chun asked Elder Xing Chun to get it for me. You must keep it a secret. Please, I beg you, or I'll be skinned by Elder Yu Chun." This by an... The two guards were stunned. After a short moment of daze, they looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about this," one of the guards said. "Don't go around talking about it either. This is Lord Yu Chen's private matter. If you talk about it, you'll die." "Of course," Yun Xiao hurriedly said. "Of course, yes." The other guard nodded and said, "Lord Yu Chun is not in the hall at the moment. We'll keep this pill on his behalf. We'll return it to you later." "Thank you." Yun Xiao cupped his hands and said, "I'll be counting on you then." He then turned into a flight light and headed towards Xing Chun's residence. Originally, he did not have much interest in Xing Chun himself. It was just that the demonic technique all over his body aroused his curiosity. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he appeared in front of a small courtyard. He knocked on the door and entered. Yun Xiao scanned the courtyard with his divine sense and found that it was quiet, with only Xing Chun's aura. He could not help but frown. Every elder in the Sea of Soul formation would be allocated a certain number of servants and maids. Although there were also elders who liked to be alone, they would at least bring 1 or 2 servants to clean up the rooms and courtyards. However, Xing Chun's place was empty. "You're back just like that?" A black shadow flickered, and Xing Chun instantly appeared in front of him. He stared at him and was a little surprised that his speed was too fast. In fact, Yun Xiao had deliberately delayed the time. "Something happened to His Excellency, so I had to run back as fast as I could." Xing Chun chuckled and said, "Not bad. You're very clever, kid. Come in." Yun Xiao followed him into the courtyard and found that it was a little shabby, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. "Why doesn't Your Excellency have a servant here?" Xing Chun turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said with a hideous smile, "You want to know the reason?" Yun Xiao pretended to be afraid and said, "Did you kill him, my lord?" "Ha, you're quite smart, kid." Xing Chun laughed and immediately flicked his sleeves. The entire surrounding environment changed. The two of them were actually on a fighting arena. There were quite a number of shattered bones scattered on the ground. "What are you doing, my lord?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "What are you doing?" "Humph." Xing Chun snorted coldly and said, "I'll tell you the truth. This seat's cultivation of demonic arts isn't quite smooth. I need you to be the medicinal primer to dissolve the violent energy in my body." As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of white smoke rose from his body and slowly transformed into a ferocious beast in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xing Chun's face also instantly contorted, no different from that ferocious beast. A large amount of demonic qi was bubbling on the surface of his skin like boiling water. Is Tao Wu suffering from qi deviation? Yun Xiao was taken aback. At a glance, he could tell that the other party had gone mad and lost his nature, which was why he had become so cruel and violent. Since MO skills are so dangerous and difficult to cultivate, why does Darren want to take the risk? Yun Xiao sighed as he looked at the bones on the ground. These are your servants and maidservants, right? You've used them to vent your anger. Xing Chun laughed hideously. Haha, you're indeed clever. Furthermore, you're brave enough. You're still so calm even when death is near. That's right, I've used these people to vent my anger. If these lowly lives can die for me, then their deaths will be worth it. Then, my lord, are you trying to make me valuable next? Yun Xiao asked. Although Xing Chun was completely possessed, he was not stupid. When he saw Yun Xiao's calm look, he finally sensed that something was wrong and shouted, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am," Yun Xiao said. "My lord, if you want to vent your anger, I have a good idea. I just happen to have a dozen puppets with me, so I can play with you." A puppet? Xing Chun hesitated again. In the entire sea of soul formation, only Zirwei and his few disciples played with puppets. Could this person really be Zirwei's disciple? She was just too calm. With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand. Immediately, 12 golden beams of light flew out and landed around the arena, forming a circular array and surrounding Xing Chun. After he left Zirwei's place, he had wanted to find a fighting arena to practice with the Sixding Sixjia, and now he had a live target. Xing Chun's eyes darkened. The 12 puppets were not even the size of a fist, but under Yun Xiao's incantation seal, they turned into human-shaped figures after they landed on the ground. However, his eyes were still dull, and his face was simple, just like an apprentice's inferior product. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Xing Chun could not help but laugh wildly. He was now basically sure that Yun Xiao was Zirwei's disciple. If it were a puppet made by your master, perhaps it could play with me. As for these trash you made, they don't even know how to do art. They've really disgraced your master. Roar! The layer of beast-like white mist outside Xing Chun's body suddenly roared loudly, just like the endless hostility in his heart. It spread out in circles along with that sound. Yun Xiao quickly performed incantation gestures, and the 12 puppets seemed to have changed as they also reached out their hands and performed incantation gestures. Suddenly, a light barrier appeared on the puppet's body. The handprints connected to the 12 people were like a star ring shining on the fighting arena, and the impact of the roar was blocked. What? Xing Chun was startled and somewhat didn't dare to believe it, but he wasn't worried. He only sneered and said, "No wonder you're so calm. You're really something. You can play with me." His figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yun Xiao's nearest puppet and slammed his hand down. Demonic qi and violent qi rolled in his palm like layers of dark clouds pressing down, trying to smash the puppet into meat paste. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and the speed of his hand incantation gestures grew faster and faster. He could already sense the power contained in these puppets, but he could not use it no matter how hard he tried, as if he was pouring dumplings into a teapot. Xing Chun's enormous pressure descended. The puppet seemed to be unable to withstand it. Cracks began to appear on its face, and it immediately peeled off. What? Yun Xiao was taken aback. He opened his eyes in horror and saw a white, smooth skin slowly revealing a beautiful face. As the surface of his body completely peeled off, it revealed an extraordinarily beautiful man with an imposing appearance. His eyes were embedded with gems, like twinkling stars. His eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth seemed to carry a mocking sneer. His hands were forming hand seals in front of him. Not only was Yunxiao startled, but Xingqian also sucked in a cold breath. He felt a heart-shaking force coming at him like a prehistoric beast. The puppet man's eyes emitted a soul-shaking power that shot directly into his heart. He felt like he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and he was already half a step into the gate of hell. The fear of death struck his heart, causing Xingqian to instantly recover from the state of qi deviation. His mind was clear, and the vital qi in his dantian gushed out wildly. His hands rapidly formed seals, slapping towards that puppet. The puppet's hand seals were extremely simple. After changing them 3 times, it drew out a ring of light and charged forward. Bang! A huge force exploded, but it did not seem to be as terrifying as Xingqian thought. It was as if he had hit an iron wall. A huge circle of light surrounded the entire fighting arena, shaking him back. Yunxiao saw the whole process clearly with his magical eyes. The puppet seal was only for defense and did not make any offensive move. Xingqian was sent flying back by his own power. The moment the seal appeared, the other 11 puppets also changed their hand seals. The power of the entire barrier instantly condensed and poured into the handsome man's hand, blocking the attack as if it was impregnable. Yunxiao was shocked. The tacit understanding between the 12 puppets was as good as one, and they could produce the greatest effect with the smallest force. When Xingqian attacked one point, the power of the entire barrier would gather over. The other places were abnormally weak. The power of the entire barrier was not evenly distributed. Instead, it was distributed according to the point of attack. This speculation gave him a shock. Even if 12 Zenrins were to set up such an ideal formation, it would be impossible to achieve such precision, let alone puppets. He continued to observe patiently, trying to verify his thoughts. After Xingqian was jolted back with a blow, although he suffered a little injury, he escaped from that terrifying feeling of death. The state of qi deviation was also frightened back to normal. At this moment, his eyes were much clearer and his viciousness had reduced by a lot. How do you feel, Elder Xingqian? Yunxiao smiled. How do you feel? I see that you're in a good condition. Using these 12 puppets as medicinal catalysts, the effect should be all right, right? Humph! Humph! Xingqian snorted angrily and sized Yunxiao up again. He had believed that Yunxiao's strength had been suppressed to the level of a martial honor, but now he felt that something was wrong. However, he was not too worried. Although Zirwei was silent about puppetry, he was not very famous and had not researched anything powerful. These 12 puppets were most likely Zirwei's peak masterpieces, so it should not be difficult to break them. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with just a few puppets. If that's the case, then who in the world still practices martial arts? Who wouldn't get a few puppets to play with? I'll tell you today that no matter how powerful a puppet is, it's still created by man. It can't compare to the strength of a human. After Xingqian gave a sermon, he leaped up and smacked his palms continuously in the air. A ball of light grew rapidly, pressing down on the puppet's body from the sky like a millstone. Yunxiao had been in a defensive state since the beginning, suppressing Xingqian. He did not know what the 12 puppets would look like when they attacked. After all, they were the 3 great killing arrays mentioned in the legends. He was also very curious, so he changed the incantation gesture in his hand. The puppet received the order, and a murderous look shot out of its gem-like eyes. It raised its hand and made a grabbing motion. The rings of light that swirled around the entire arena were all drawn in and gathered in the puppet's hand, turning into a sword of vital qi. Yunxiao was taken aback. The sword of primordial qi gave him an unusually sharp and terrifying feeling, and he could not withstand it with the strength of pure star. It was a big deal to kill an elder in the Sea of Soul formation. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to get into trouble for no reason. After all, the Sea of Soul formation was already in enough trouble. He hurriedly formed a seal with both hands and dissolved the essence Qi sword. The sword continued to expand, once again forming a ring, but it was no longer able to keep up with the speed of the puppet's slash. The vital Qi sword, which had lost most of its power, was already a little penetrating. However, it still slashed down and directly cut the millstone-like ball of light in half. The remaining force of the sword qi pierced down directly, penetrating Xing Chun's right shoulder. His entire arm was cut off along with a large piece of flesh. Ah! Arg! Xing Chun screamed. The aura in his body instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. The evil energy in his body disappeared without a trace. The demonic energy also hid in his body and completely returned to normal. Yunxiao was shocked by the power of the sword. If he had not stopped in time, Xing Chun would have been cut in two. After losing her command, the beautiful male puppet regained her ice-cold expression and stood there motionless. Her face constantly became dull, looking silly. It was the same for the other 11, but Yunxiao was sure that under their rough faces, there must be a superb art. Xing Chun's strength was too weak, only at the level of a mid-tier 9-star martial emperor, so he could not test the strength of 6 Ding and 6 Jia at all. With a wave of Yunxiao's hand, the 12 puppets immediately turned into rays of light and flew back into his storage mystic artifact. You? Who are you? You can't be Zirwei's disciple. Xing Chun struggled to his feet while wailing, looking at Yunxiao in pain and fear. He stopped the bleeding and swallowed a large number of medicinal pills before his face recovered a little. Who I am is not important, Yunxiao said. I just want to have a good talk with Lord Xing Chun now. Where did you learn that demonic technique? Who are the elders that cultivate devilish techniques and use devilish qi to refine items in the Sea of Soul Formation? Xing Chun was startled and said, Why are you asking this? Are you not from the Sea of Soul Formation? I don't like people asking me questions, Yunxiao said with a frown. I don't like it when people ask me questions. The shock in Xing Chun's heart was even greater. The other party's temperament was completely different from before. There was a feeling of standing in the wind and floating out of the world, causing him to have a heart of admiration. The moment this feeling appeared, Xing Chun's heart panicked and he hurriedly said, Demonic arts have always existed in the Sea of Soul Formation. Furthermore, this kind of art can advance very quickly and allow one to obtain great power in a very short time. Its weakness is that devil essence is scarce, and very few people can have this kind of resource. Moreover, it's easy to go crazy and lose one's mind. At this point, his face turned pale again. He was in such a state. When he was possessed by the devil, he wanted to kill people, but when he was sober, he hated everything he had done. He had been in this confused and contradictory state. Then why are there so many people refining it now? Yunxiao asked with a frown. As expected, you're not from the Sea of Soul Formation. You don't even know about the Ancient Devil's Well, Xing Chun said. Ancient Devil's Well? What the hell is that? Yunxiao was taken aback, and he had a bad feeling when he heard the name. Xing Chun was a little hesitant, but he still said, Since you have the ability to enter the Sea of Soul Formation and your strength is unpredictable, you will find out even if I don't tell you. He first said a few words to exonerate himself, and then said, The Ancient Devil's Well is an abyss that appeared in the Sea of Soul Formation. It leads directly to the Tiandang Mountains, and from time to time, large amounts of devilish energy will come out from the well. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. He could hardly believe it. It leads to the Tiandang Mountains and is erupting with demonic qi. Xing Chun said, That's right. Although humans don't know what's inside the Tiandang Mountains, we can be sure that there were a large number of devil cultivators and even devils in the ancient times. After they died, their devil qi didn't dissipate and was stored inside. This ancient well in the Sea of Soul Formation leads to the inner part of the mountain range, which is why it can erupt with demonic qi, allowing demonic cultivators and the study of art to enter a whole new world. Yunxiao's face was unusually solemn. Although he did not know what was going on, the demonic energy was unusually spiritual. The Tiandang Mountains had stood there for countless years. If it was the remaining demonic energy after the death of the fiend cultivator, it should have condensed into a fiend long ago and never spurted out of the passage. Does the chief know about this? Of course. How could the chief not know about such a big matter? What a joke. Humph. Xing Chun snorted coldly and said, You'd better leave quickly. Diving into the Soul Formation Sea isn't something fun. Although you have a precious treasure on you, it's not to the extent of being Na. To think that you can contend against the entire soul formation sea, right? Where is the ancient devil's well? Yunxiao asked. Where is it? Xing Chun was shocked. You want to go to the ancient devil's well? Haha, an outsider like you wants to go to the ancient devil's well? You must be crazy. He smiled, but his smile froze in the next moment, because he found that Yunxiao was not joking. The more grim his face looked, the more pressure he felt. It's at the end of the sea, at the heavenly abyss. Yes, Xing Chun said hurriedly. He didn't know why he was so obedient, as if he couldn't resist the orders of the person in front of him. Yunxiao turned and was about to leave. With one step, the illusion in the fighting arena shattered instantly, and he returned to Xing Chun's small courtyard. Xing Chun's heart trembled. Only then did he discover to his horror that the other party did not just rely on puppets. It was just that his strength was so strong that he couldn't even touch it. That was why he couldn't feel it at all. The ancient devil's well is personally guarded by Vice President Yuan De, so no one dares to approach it, he said fearfully. If you need demonic qi, you'll have to apply for it. Yuan De. Yunxiao frowned. Yuan De had been the vice president of the Sea of Soul Formation 20 years ago, and he was in charge of all the martial cultivators in the Sea of Soul Formation. He was so strong that he had already reached divine transcendence 20 years ago. Many people secretly believed that Yuan De was the strongest in the Soul Formation Sea and was far above Lu Congzi. Yunxiao turned into a beam of green light and disappeared from the courtyard in a flash, leaving only a few electric arcs that flickered in the courtyard before completely disappearing. It was as if Xing Chun was in a dream. He discovered in despair that he couldn't even catch the other party's fleeing light. If it wasn't for one of his arms still on the ground, he would have really thought that it was a dream. He hurriedly picked up the broken arm and turned into a ray of light to fly away, looking for a friend in the art of healing. In a place like the Sea of Soul Formation, treating a broken arm was as easy as eating. As long as it was not a broken neck, there was no problem. Even if his neck was broken, as long as he was not dead, it would not be a problem. The sea area where the Sea of Soul Formation was located was not within the four seas, nor was it above the realm of heavenly martial arts, but an independent space. It was like an ocean floating in the universe, but it was restricted by the realm force of the realm of heavenly martial arts and suspended within the scope of the heavenly martial continent. The so-called end of the sea was the border between the Sea of Soul Formation and the heavenly martial continent. It was a boundless void of the universe, also known as the heavenly abyss by the people of the Sea of Soul Formation. It was not strange for a spatial passage to appear in the heavenly abyss, but Yunxiao did not believe that there was such a coincidence in the world that the passage happened to lead to the Tiandang Mountains. Other people might not know much about the Tiandang Mountains, but after experiencing it personally and hearing the descriptions from Mu Lingdi and the others, he basically understood the structure of the Tiandang Mountains. It was originally a spatial crack, which directly tore open the intersection point between the heavenly martial arts realm and the devil realm. From the ancient times until now, it wasn't only 100,000 years ago that demon masters descended. There were demons that constantly appeared on the continent, but they were suppressed by the realm power, so it was difficult for powerful demons to appear. Even so, generations of experts had attached great importance to the crack in the Tiandang Mountains. For countless years, experts had constantly added seals to the crack. The Tiandang Mountains were a miraculous scene that was directly formed by the combination of those complex forces. Until 100,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, the Demon Lord Emperor was able to break through the suppression of the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, tear open the crack completely, and descend with his extremely powerful body, which led to the demonic tribulation 100,000 years ago, and the Demon Sealing War that later affected the entire realm. After the Demon Sealing War, the surviving experts began to reseal the Tiandang Mountains, completely blocking the space crack. But now, an ancient devil's well had appeared in the Sea of Soul Formation. If the ancient devil's well really led to the Tiandang Mountains, then a spatial rift had appeared in the Tiandang Mountains. Secondly, according to his speculation, even if there was demonic qi left in the Tiandang Mountains, it must have formed something with a spirit. It could not be the chaotic demonic qi itself, nor could it cross such a long passage and burst out in large amounts. He immediately transmitted this situation and his own speculation to Lingmu Di. After all, Lingmu Di was one of the leaders of the demon-sealing war. Lingmu Di's expression also changed greatly. He muttered, "If it really leads to the Tiandang Mountains, then we'll be in big trouble. The only possibility is that the many seals I laid down in the past failed, and a crack appeared not only on the heavenly martial arts realm, but also on the devil realm, connecting the two realms again. That's why a large amount of devil chi crossed the passage and came here." "Do you think that's possible, my lord?" Xianxia asked. "Do you think so?" Lingmu Di analyzed. "It's very possible. As you said, there is a large amount of demonic chi left in the Tiandang Mountains. Most of them have already dissolved. The strength of these things varies. If they keep devouring, they will produce something like the Black Flame Fiend. It is also very possible for them to break through the seal and open the passage. After all, the demonic chi in the Tiandang Mountains is limited. If such a powerful existence or even a higher-level demonic monarch appears, there will be a great demand to return to the devil world." Yunxiao's face darkened. "After hearing what you said, why do I feel like the passage between the two worlds has appeared?" he asked. "The demonic tribulation is about to start again." "This is just an analysis," Lingmu Di said. "The premise is that the so-called ancient devil's well leads to the Tiandang Mountains. This is the worst-case scenario. What about the good situation?" Yunxiao asked. "What about the good situation?" "The good news is that this ancient devil's well is a crack that leads directly to the devil world," Lingmu Di said. "What? Directly to the demonic realm? Wouldn't that be even worse?" Yunxiao was shocked. "Of course." Lingmu Di laughed indifferently. "Do you think the realm of heavenly martial arts is as chaotic as a chicken, without any cracks?" In fact, the Tiandang Mountains were not the only place that had a crack between the heavenly martial arts realm and the demon realm. It existed in many places, but the demonic chi that seeped out was limited, and it was difficult to form high-level demons. The Tiandang Mountains were just one of them. However, it was later pierced through by the Demon King and became a passage that allowed powerful demons to pass through. He said, "It's like a wall. Although there are many cracks, only a few flies and mosquitoes can get in. And one day, a huge gap was forcibly opened, and the tiger and wolf could enter smoothly. Even if you later filled up this gap, it could not return to its previous sturdiness. This gap has finally become the weakest part of this wall." "I see," Yunxiao said. "The Tiandang Mountains are the gap in the heavenly martial realm. If the ancient devil's well leads directly to the devil world, it'll only be a small crack that can only allow flies and mosquitoes to fly in. Stronger devils won't be able to come through." "That's the truth," Lingmu Di said. "Alas, the existence of the devil world has always been a hidden danger. I'm just afraid that the gap between the two realms will increase, and in the future, they will completely merge into one realm." "Is that possible?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Is that possible?" Lingmu Di laughed. "The Tao becomes one. One begets two, two begets three. Three begets all things. The demonic realm was derived from one of the three chis transformed from Tao, and in terms of level it was far above the heavenly martial arts realm. My guess is that even if there is such a day, it will be the heavenly martial arts realm that is devoured by the devil realm. But that is not something we can see, so we don't have to worry." Yunxiao was speechless, but he chuckled and said, "Darren's brain hole is really big. Let's go and see where the ancient devil's well leads to first," Lingmu Di said, smiling. While the two were talking, Yunxiao had flown straight to the end of the ocean, thousands of feet ahead. He could see the endless void universe, in which countless stars were shining. "Who is it? Stop!" Suddenly, a loud cry came from the front, and then a golden light shot over from the distance, forming a huge golden figure on the surface of the sea. The figure had a cold face and a pair of starry eyes, staring at Yunxiao. Yunxiao showed up and said, "Li Yunxiao, the new honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation, requests an audience with Lord Yuanda." The golden projection stretched out his hand and said, "Where's your elder token?" "I've just been appointed," Yunxiao said. "I don't have a token yet." The golden projection waved his hand and shouted, "If you don't have the token, then go back. Come back when you can prove your identity." "I can't get the token for a while," Xianxia said awkwardly. "I hope you can make an exception." The golden projection stretched out his hand to block it and said, "No exceptions." "I see," Xianxia said. "Then tell me where the ancient devil's well is, and I'll go there myself." "Don't say such reckless words," the golden projection shouted. "Leave now or I'll be merciless." Xianxia regretted not inviting Xianhua with him, but he could not care less at this moment. After all, the matter of the ancient devil's well was of great importance, and he needed to figure it out as soon as possible. Moreover, the spread of a large number of devil techniques and devil cores also carried great risks. Since Yuan De was in charge of the ancient devil's well, he had to find Yuan De to understand the details. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a monstrous demonic energy gushed out of his body. His skin was covered with black demonic patterns. His eyes also turned pitch black as he looked toward the heavenly abyss. "Ah? You!" The golden projection was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. The devil aura around Xianxia rolled, and he soon sensed the devil power in front of him. With a crackling sound, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and went straight through the golden projection. "Stop! Don't go!" The golden projection was shocked and hurriedly turned around. It grabbed a light sword in the air and slashed over. Voila! The seawater below was split open by the sword chi, and the water splashed and rolled, but Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. The golden projection made a hand seal and disappeared in the air. At the junction between the end of the sea and the heavenly abyss, a white palace was suspended above it, isolated from the world. A golden figure suddenly flew out of it, holding a halberd and extremely alert. "Stop!" The golden figure waved the halberd in his hands, and with a loud roar, he slashed down. A white beam of light streaked across the sky and slashed at Xianxia. "Ha ha ha!" Xianxia laughed as he transformed into a thunderbolt and stepped directly on the slash. With the help of the force, he leaped forward and disappeared in a flash. "What?" The golden man's eyes almost popped out. Then he felt a weak electric current pass through his right side. He suddenly waved his halberd and swept it horizontally. But he missed. "Thanks for letting me win." Xianxiao's hearty laughter came from behind him to the left. When he turned around, he saw a flash of green disappearing into the distance. The golden figure was extremely anxious. He did not pursue an attack, but instead waved his halberd. A ray of light shot up into the sky and exploded with a bang. After sending out the emergency signal, he immediately turned into a golden light and chased after Xianxia. Then, dozens of figures rushed out of the White Palace, most of them possessed by demonic chi, and chased after him. After bypassing the golden figure, Xianxia immediately locked onto an area dozens of miles ahead, where the demonic aura had come from. A bolt of lightning streaked across the void of the universe, and a moment later, Xianxia flew into the area and came out. In front of him, there was a dark nebula spinning. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, as if there was no end. With a solemn expression, Xianxia asked Lingmu Di and Baiming Nan to come out of the Divine Realm tablet as well. Both of them were frowning and deep in thought. "How is it?" Xianxia asked. Lingmu Di shook his head. "The area is too large. It's hard to survey. I'm afraid we'll have to go in and explore it to find out what's going on. But the three of us are very powerful. This kind of spatial crack is too dangerous," said Baiming Nan. "Moreover, it's very likely that the other side is the demon world. Without void realm cultivation, you can't take the risk to enter. Void extreme cultivation base, Xuanji. There are only a few people in the world today," Xianxia said with a wry smile, "and they can only stay in this realm for a short time." "That's not necessarily true," Lingmu Di said. "Xianxia has the power of devil essence, which is much stronger than this ordinary devil aura. As long as the crack itself doesn't show any signs of danger, there won't be any substantial danger." "Then, my lord, do you mean for me to go in and have a look?" Xianxia asked. "Yes," Lingmu Di said. "All right, I'll try." Without further ado, Xianxia put the two men back into the Divine Realm tablet, then turned into a ball of fiend energy and rushed into the nebula with a black flash. The ancient devil's well was pitch black. It was a spatial tunnel that extended into the distance. Even though Xianxia had the wondrous spirit eyes, the area he could see was very limited. Moreover, the fiend energy in the surroundings was not gushing out like a fountain as Xingqian had said. Instead, it was very scarce, like a trickle of water in a passage. Nothing unusual happened along the way. Xianxia flew at a very fast speed, and it was only after flying for several hours that he sensed the change in the surrounding fiend aura, which was much denser than before. It can't be the Tiandang Mountains ahead, Xianxia said. This crack is so long, and the demonic energy can still leak through it. It's most likely a crack that connects to the devil world. Lingmu Di's voice was heard. This crack must have existed for a long time and has been deformed. That's why it can extend so long. Keep going. I want to see how big this crack is. We should be more vigilant when it comes to deformed cracks. The crack in the Tiandang Mountains was twisted so badly that it was torn apart by the Devil Master. A deformation meant that there was a change. It could increase the strength of the crack or it could decrease. Xianxia flew for a few more hours, and the amount of fiend energy was no longer insignificant. As he moved through it, he had a strange feeling, as if the cells in his body were opening and closing, devouring the fiend energy. The devilish qi that was swallowed flowed through his meridians and settled in his dantian. He could clearly feel that his strength was increasing. Xianxia was both surprised and overjoyed. If he continued to move forward and cultivate in the spatial crack, his demonic technique would be greatly enhanced, and he would have a greater chance of controlling the Six Paths demonic weapon. Suddenly, Mu Lingdi's urgent voice came. Stop! Xianxia had been immersed in his cultivation and did not pay attention to the front. He was so frightened that he stopped in a hurry and said in surprise, What's wrong? He looked ahead and saw a dark, chaotic scene. It was different from the void of the universe. It was like a boundary formed by endless demonic qi blocking his way. The demonic qi that filled the sky had emerged from the barrier. Devil World. Xianxia was taken aback as he looked at the boundless realm power in horror, which was as dark and unpredictable as a chicken egg. Lingmu Di said, It's a spatial domain formed by the power of the demon world. If we go any further, we'll be suppressed by the power of the world. If we're unlucky, we'll be turned into ashes at any time. Xianxia's face was gloomy as he said, Now we can be sure that the ancient devil's well doesn't lead to the Tiandang Mountains. We can rest assured. Lingmu Di came out of the Divine Realm tablet and walked straight to the space domain. He stopped in front of it and stretched his hand into it. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he almost cried out in surprise. Without making a sound, he saw the hand of the Lingmu flute pierce directly into the dark power of the realm and turn into powder in an instant. It wasn't extremely corrosive, but it spread like poison. The parts of his arm that didn't enter the realm power also disappeared instantly. Lingmu Di frowned, but he did not panic. Instead, he decisively took out the reverse soul sword and cut off one of his arms to avoid a greater injury. My lord! Xianxia cried out in surprise. This power is so strong. Lingmu Di's body was made of divine steel, the hardest metal in the realm of heavenly martial arts, but it was so fragile. Lingmu Di smiled. That's normal. This is the power of a world. If crushing divine steel can't be done so quickly, I'll be worried. Your Excellency, do you mean that the stronger the power, the better? Xianxia asked. Lingmu Di nodded. That's right. This means that the crack here does not affect the power of the two worlds. Even if there are powerful demons on the other side, it will be extremely difficult for them to tear the power of the two worlds apart and come over. But I still don't understand, Xianxia said with a frown. This is only the power of the devil realm. Why is there no power of the heavenly martial realm? Lingmu Di laughed. The effect of power is reciprocal. This is the intersection of two realms. The power of the realm of heavenly martial arts is as strong as the power of the devil realm. Otherwise, there will be no balance. Because we were all born in the realm of heavenly martial arts, we were naturally accustomed to it. However, if an external object crossed the realm, It was inevitable that it would be suppressed by the realm power, and it would take a certain amount of time to adapt. Back then, when the Demon Lord Monarch was split into two, it was also the result of the influence of the world energy. I understand, Xianxia said. If we enter the devil realm, we will also be suppressed. That's right, Lingmu Di said. But as time goes by, you'll get used to this power of suppression and will no longer be suppressed. The space we're in now is still protected by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, so the demons can't break in. There's an end to man's power, Xianxia sighed. But creation is endless. Lingmu Di's eyes also flashed with melancholy. Our cultivation is to pursue the supreme great Tao. Hearing the Tao in the morning, we can die at night, so there is nothing to regret. The demonic chi here is too strong. Even if you have Emperor demonic essence and cultivate a demonic body, you shouldn't stay here for too long to avoid affecting your mind. Taken aback, Xianxia hurriedly told her about how he had been absorbing the demonic energy all the way here. Lingmu Di frowned. The level of your demonic technique is still too low. You have the light glass body of the Prince of the Southern Region, Xiao Fengcan. Can protect your mind for the time being. If you stay here for a long time, I'm afraid it will have a subtle influence. Once you find something wrong, immediately leave this place. All right, Xianxia agreed. He did not feel anything strange for the time being, but he felt a strong desire in his heart to keep devouring the demonic energy to strengthen himself, like a hungry man who wanted to eat. Lingmu Di didn't say anything more. He returned to the Divine Realm tablet to repair his broken arm. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged in front of the demonic dimension, feeling the demonic energy rushing into his face and pouring into his body. After an unknown amount of time, his mind suddenly moved slightly. He saw a large mass of demonic chi rush out from the space, which seemed to be different from the previous one. The density of the demonic chi was very high. Unlike those small streams, it was like a viscous paste that was constantly rolling. To Xianxia's surprise, the ball of fiend energy was absorbing the scattered fiend energy around it like a vortex, sucking in all the thin streams of fiend energy around it. That's Ingluo. He was shocked to see that the ball of demonic chi actually began to form human faces. The faces were like those of ghosts and monsters, extremely ferocious, but also a little dull and without intelligence. Demonic fiend! Xianxia was taken aback. He had heard Mu Di say that the demonic energy that had been floating in the devil world for countless years could absorb the essence of the world power and turn into tangible things, which then possessed life. It was also the foundation of all life forms in the entire devil world, and that was demonic fiends. Lingmu Di's voice came from the Divine Realm tablet. It's just an ordinary demonic fiend. There's no need to panic. There are tens of thousands of such existences in the devil realm, just like the mortals in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Xianxia was taken aback. My lord, you seem to know a lot about the situation in the devil realm. Have you been there before? He asked. Lingmu Di did not answer. Xianxia watched the demonic fiend gradually take shape. Then, the demonic fiend seemed to have noticed him as well. It slowly flew over and opened its mouth to bite him. The instinct of these demonic spirits was to devour. They continued to drift in the demon world, constantly devouring demonic chi and other demonic spirits. After an unknown number of years, they could evolve into a higher level, a 10th grade existence, the Black Flame Fiend. Sensing the extremely strong demonic energy in Xianxia's body, the demonic fiend opened its mouth and bit down as if it had smelled blood. Xianxia was speechless. He had wanted to observe it more carefully. He directly closed his 5 fingers together like a knife and directly slashed over. With a hiss, the demonic fiend was split into 2. As if in great pain, his original human-shaped face could no longer be maintained and kept twisting. The 2 masses of fiend energy were trying their best to absorb the fiend energy around them, as if they were trying to condense into 2 fiends. But, after a few breaths, they clearly failed, and directly turned into 2 masses of pure fiend energy, quietly floating in front of Xianxia. Fuck! This is really fun. Xianxia found it interesting. With a casual grab, one of the balls of fiend energy fell into his hand. Under his perception, it was no different from ordinary fiend energy. the only difference being that it was denser. He casually inhaled it into his body and then grabbed the other ball and inhaled it as well. He immediately felt refreshed. The effect was even stronger than sitting here and absorbing it for hours. This is good stuff. Xianxiao's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, if a few million fiends come, perhaps I can directly break through the extraordinary and become a saint with my demonic art and step into the peak of perfection. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. Who is it? Then, the black shadow flickered in front of Xianxiao, and without saying a word, it threw a palm at him. The palm was so powerful that it instantly absorbed all the demonic qi in the surroundings and expanded to half an acre in size, covering the entire area. Xianxiao was taken aback. This man's strength was extremely strong, no weaker than his. He took out the sword death and slashed at the red. Immediately, a beam of sword qi, like a burning white flame, cut a hole in the big hand with a qi sound. Then, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot with a crackle. Bang! The giant hand missed and exploded in the crack, sending a powerful force in all directions. Xianxiao was horrified. The demonic energy that came at him had been refined by his opponent, so he flew back 1,000 feet in a flash. Then, with a flip of his right hand, he produced a beam of light from the great sorrow twilight cloud mirror, which condensed in front of him and blocked the aftermath. Bang! 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 Just the aftershock of the attack shattered the mirror. Xianxiao waved the mirror, and a beam of light shot out. It suddenly grew larger in front of him, like moonlight, illuminating the surrounding space, and the figure of the man appeared. An ice-cold and snow-white face flickered under the mirror as if it had not seen the sun for decades. The man was hit by the mirror light, and anger appeared on his forehead. He also felt that it was dazzling, so he used his arm to cover his eyes. But Xianxiao had already seen the man's face, and he cried out in surprise, Lord Yuanda! The man was touched when he heard Xianxiao's cry. Who are you? Li Xianxiao, Xianxiao said as he put away the mirror. The demonic aura around Yuanda had also been completely retracted. When he was shrouded in the demonic aura earlier, Xianxiao could not see through it with his mystic spirit eyes, and he could not help but be shocked. Li Xianxiao? I seem to have heard of it. Yuanda furrowed his brows, and his eyes were ice-cold. How did you get in? I've just been hired as an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation, Xianxiao said. I've just been hired as an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation. Even honorary elders are not allowed to enter the ancient devil's well without my permission, Yuanda said coldly. He pointed at Xianxiao and shouted, You've barged in. Xianxiao chuckled and said, I guess so. I'm just very curious, so I came in to study it. My lord, there's no need to be angry. Hee, there's no need to be angry. Yuanda laughed coldly, and a dark glint flashed across his eyes. Then let's kill them. With a loud cry, he turned into a demonic shadow and rushed at Xianxiao. 5 streams of demonic energy flew down from above like giant claws, but when they were halfway through their attack, they suddenly disappeared. Not good. Xianxiao cried out in his heart as he turned into a thunderbolt and was about to escape. Suddenly, 5 streams of fiend energy appeared on the green thunderbolt and tied him up like iron chains. The 5 wisps of demonic qi were like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast, directly imprisoning him. Even his body of lightning could not escape and could not break free. Soon after, Yuanda appeared in front of him. He raised his hand and condensed a wisp of demonic qi, which turned into a slash and struck down. Xianxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the giant true devil appeared behind him. With a loud cry, it pressed its palm down, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. What? This is Ingluo. Yuanda's entire body trembled as he looked at the giant spirit in shock. His eyes suddenly burst out with a brilliant light as he roared, True Fiend Dharma Body. It's a true Fiend Dharma Body. Boom! The palm pressed down like a mountain, crushing the slash. His entire arm exploded in an instant, but the power of the slash was also shattered. A heart flame burst out of Xianxiao's body, burning the 5 demonic restraints and turning them into ordinary demonic aura. That's Ingluo. Yuan De was taken aback again as he stared at the white flame on Yunxiao's body in disbelief. His eyes were filled with contemplation as he stood there and did not make another move. "Who are you?" he asked. "I've said it before, Li Yunxiao," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I've said it before." Yuan De racked his brains in his memories. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "You're Gu Feiyang." "Yes." Yunxiao nodded. "My lord, you finally remembered me." Yuan De's face was filled with shock, which soon turned into a bitter smile. He said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I just remembered that the name Li Yunxiao is a little familiar, but after thinking about it carefully, it turns out to be your current identity." "Did you just cast a true fiend Dharma body?" His eyes lit up. Yunxiao nodded. "Can you teach me this divine art?" "I'm willing to pay any price." Yuan De was ecstatic. He said it with certainty. "Let's talk about it again," Yunxiao said hesitantly. "Let's talk about it later." This move was left behind by Baiming Nan's elder brother, the owner of the Thousand Autumns tyrannical saber, back in the Transdragon pool. Although it was not said that it could not be passed on to others, he did not want to teach it so easily. Yuan De's face was filled with disappointment as he implored, "Feiyang, this is the divine ability of the Demon Lord. All of us cultivators of demonic techniques are eager to learn it. Please don't hesitate to spread it." "That's exactly what I'm worried about," Yunxiao said seriously. "Now that the demonic technique has spread widely, and even medicinal pills and mystic artifacts have been added with demonic energy, is it really safe? Did Lord Yuan De consider the consequences?" "Consequences? You're overthinking it," Yuan De said with a smile. Any cultivation technique or art was controversial at the beginning, and it was extremely dangerous. Only by going deeper and deeper would he be able to find the method of removing the false and retaining the essence, and then carry it forward. What we're doing is leading the research of demonic qi. "Pioneer?" Yunxiao asked. "Pioneer?" Demonic qi had been on the continent for a long time, and its age was unmeasurable. Why had it never appeared on a large scale? Don't tell me that the demonic qi resources are insufficient. This is indeed a restriction, but there should be many cracks between the two realms over the countless years. As long as you have the heart, it can still satisfy your cultivation needs. Even a sect like the Soul Devourer sect, which takes people's souls, can develop, but the cultivators of the devil arts have never been successful. It can be seen that his shortcomings are far more beneficial. Yuan De was a little unhappy, and he snorted, but he still endured it and said, "Even if our predecessors didn't find the way, how do you know we can't? All paths are created by humans, so why can't we create a new situation?" "Even if we can create a new situation," Yunxiao said with a frown, "it's not suitable for such a large-scale expansion under the premise that we can't guarantee that the demonic technique will not go wrong." "Humph, a large area?" Yuan De said coldly. "Isn't it limited to the Sea of Soul formation? If I wanted to expand, I'm afraid half of the people in the realm of heavenly martial arts are demonic cultivators." Yunxiao was taken aback, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yuan De. Although it was hard to detect, it could not escape his magical spirit eyes. The man in front of him seemed to really have such an idea. "My lord, I think you've been possessed by the devil," Yunxiao said coldly. From Yuan De's current performance, he had already discovered the seriousness of the problem. In the past, Yuan De had also been wooden and dull, and was a man of few words. However, he was definitely not a bad person, or perhaps it could be said that he was definitely not a crazy person. Now, he had clearly become crazy. Possessed? Humph. Who in this world isn't crazy? Yuan De's expression suddenly turned malevolent as the surrounding demonic qi gushed into his body. "Hurry up and transfer that true fiend Dharma body to me." A huge pressure fell on Yunxiao. "I'm sorry. I've already decided that I won't teach you." Yunxiao's body was also covered in demonic runes as he withstood the pressure. The red sword killer in his hand emitted hot air, not yielding in the slightest. "In that case, I can only take you down and search your soul directly," Yuanda wasted no more time. He grabbed at the air, and demonic chi condensed into a huge spear that instantly disappeared. Xiao's pupils constricted. The giant spear did not really disappear, but it was too fast, piercing straight into the void. In the crack full of demonic energy, he could only catch a shadow with his mystic spirit eyes. But this was already enough. Bang! The red sword death slashed at the void, and an ear-piercing explosion sounded. The giant spear was split in half by the red sword death as soon as it emerged from the void. Yuanda was startled and said, "Your strength is extremely weak." Even if Xiao had the strength at his peak back then, Yuanda believed that he could take him down. Because of the demonic aura surrounding the place, even Gu Feiyang would be weakened if he were here. But at this moment, Xiao gave him a vague and unpredictable feeling. Although it was not bottomless, at least it made him feel uncertain. Devil essence flash. Yuanda waved his hands outward, and a wave of demonic essence instantly shot out. It was like lightning, crackling as it continuously exploded and attacked. Xiao's figure flickered in the void and dodged several attacks. Then he suddenly slashed out with his sword. The sword beam was like a rainbow as it hit the fiend flash, as if it had cut off a heavenly river. Then, with a flash of the thunder escape technique, he appeared in front of Yuanda and slashed down at his neck. Savage! Yuanda was furious. Not only did the other party not escape, but he also dared to take advantage of him and turn defense into attack. This made him so angry that he laughed and rebuked, "Die!" Bang! The sound of profound level weapons clashing rang out. Yuanda held a black spear in his hand, which was covered with demonic patterns. He blocked the sword death and Zhanhong, then raised his leg and kicked at Xiao's heart. With a sneer, Xiao grabbed the heavenly hammer, which instantly brought up a large amount of lightning and smashed down. Bang! Yuanda kicked the heavenly hammer, and demonic chi and lightning instantly intertwined. Suddenly, a purple light flew out from the hammer and shot into Yuanda's foot. Bang! Ah! One of Yuanda's legs exploded in an instant, and countless pieces of flesh and blood burst out. In his shock and pain, he still didn't understand what had happened. He clearly had the upper hand, so how did his leg explode? There was no time to think, and Xiao would not let go of this opportunity. With a clang, 7 lotus flowers appeared on the sword killer's red sword, and they bloomed one by one. Yuanda instantly felt that something was wrong. He shook his long spear and deflected the sword death before flying back. The 7 lotus flowers had already flown out and circled around Yuanda before suddenly exploding. Bang! 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 The entire passage exploded with a dazzling light. Yuanda roared several times before he was swallowed by the flames. But Xiao knew that his opponent's strength was not limited to this. He had only wounded him by chance with the purple thunder, which gave him the upper hand. He suddenly condensed his sword energy and sent out 36 northern heaven cold star swords. Countless sword talismans condensed in the sky and turned into the million sword picture, falling into the fire like a heavy rain. Bang! 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 With a series of explosive sounds, the aimless and crazy rain of swords swept through the passage. Soon after, the northern heaven frigid star sword flew back and returned to his body. The ice fiend heart flame was also gradually extinguished, and a stream of demonic chi rushed out from within and fled a few thousand feet away from the original spot. It was the disheveled Yuanda, who was covered in blood. Arg! Damn it! Gu Feiyang! I'm going to kill you! Yuanda let out a few wild roars before turning around and disappearing into the endless darkness. He immediately fled. Even Yuanda, who controls the ancient devils well, has been deeply affected and almost suffered from chi deviation. This is indeed a big problem. The research and production of devil chi must be stopped immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable. With a heavy expression, Xiao turned and flew back. Although there was some element of luck in his battle with Yuanda, the other party was an expert who had reached the peak of perfection. He was already very satisfied to be able to seriously injure him and force him to retreat. He thought to himself that if he had used the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, he might have been able to capture Yuanda. However, he was not familiar with the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and the corrosive nature of the demonic qi was too strong. If he were to be damaged in this battle, no one in the world would be able to cultivate it. It would really not be worth it. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately raised his escape technique to the limit and finally arrived at the exit after several hours. He saw a group of people outside the entrance of the ancient devil's well. He didn't know what they were doing. "He's here, he's out." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing an uproar. Dozens of gazes were cast over. Yunxiao rushed out of the entrance of the ancient devil's well in an instant, and no one stopped him. He appeared in the sky and turned around to look at the crowd. He saw a familiar figure. It was Luo Tian. "Young Master Yunxiao, we finally meet again." Luo Tian let out a long sigh, but his eyes were filled with joy. "I was wondering why these people didn't stop me," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Turns out that you're here." Luo Tian smiled wryly. "I was in the Spell God Hall when Lord Wuyi came and said that someone had broken into the ancient devil's well. He said that his name is Li Yunxiao. Lord Chief was afraid of a conflict, so he sent me here. You've been in there for more than 20 hours, so everyone thought something happened to you." Wu Yi was the man in golden armor, and he was staring at Yunxiao with fear in his eyes. Although he was not convinced, his eyes were still filled with shock. "I just heard that an ancient devil's well had suddenly appeared in the Sea of Soul Formation," Yunxiao said. "So I came here to study it." "Oh? How's the research going?" Luo Tian's eyes flashed as he hurriedly asked. "There's nothing special about it," Yunxiao said. "It's just a crack." The people around started discussing in low voices. There were many discussions about the ancient devil's well, but very few people dared to go deep into it. Moreover, it was strictly forbidden to enter the Sea of Soul Formation. Only now did they realize that it was a crack. "What?" Luo Tian's expression changed. "Is it really the spatial crack that leads to the Tiandang Mountains?" Everyone perked up their ears to listen. Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "This matter is not suitable to be discussed in public. Let's find a place. I'll tell you the details." The group of people were disappointed and even dissatisfied, and they urged Yunxiao to speak quickly. "All right," Luo Tian said. "I'll leave now. I'll get someone to steam wine and make tea." The two of them ignored everyone's resentful gazes and turned into streams of light and left. "Luo Tian," Yunxiao said, "what do you think about the spread of demonic cultivation?" "Why do you ask?" Luo Tian's pupils contracted. His serious expression fell into Yunxiao's eyes, and the latter said lightly, "It seems like you're very worried." Luo Tian remained silent, but his expression became more and more serious. "I didn't object too much previously. The research and popularization of demonic techniques, demonic pills, and demonic artifacts have indeed increased the overall power of the Sea of Soul Formation by several levels. Many elders have broken through one after another, and even those who originally had no hope of advancing have broken through one after another. The speed of their strength improvement is abnormally shocking. Is this the reason why you let it go?" Yunxiao frowned. "Is this the reason why you let it go? What happened after that?" "Later, I found out that many people in the Sea of Soul Formation had gone missing," Luo Tian said. "Missing?" Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he thought of Xing Chun and said, "Could he have been killed by a devil cultivator?" How did you know?" Luo Tian was stunned. "I've observed some devil cultivators," Yunxiao said. "Their hostility is very strong, and we must find an outlet to vent it. If it's suppressed in our hearts, it's easy to cause qi deviation." Luo Tian said bitterly, "It would have been great if you had come to the Sea of Soul Formation earlier. The situation is exactly as you've guessed. In the beginning, many devil cultivators often needed to replenish their servants and maids. But later on, even some low-ranked disciples would disappear for no reason. This matter even caused some panic." "Even so, you don't care?" Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. "Chief, are you going to do nothing?" Luo Tian said, "You should know about this, Chief. However, the supply of demonic qi and the research are both under the control of Master Yuanda. I'm afraid that you are powerless." Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then looked at Luo Tian and said, "Do you really think so? What do you mean by that?" Luo Tian was taken aback. He did not understand. "Yuan De has always been in charge of martial arts," Yunxiao said. "Lu Congzi is in charge of alchemy. It's because the ancient devil's well is too important that Yuan De is in charge of it. Even if Yuan De had the intention to promote demonic techniques, what about demonic pills and demonic artifacts? Without Lu Congzi's support, how can it be spread?" Luo Tian was taken aback. Yunxiao's words were like a light flashing across his mind, and many thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. He seemed to have figured something out, and his face was filled with horror. "If that's the case, what does the chief want to do? That's what I want to know too." Yunxiao looked at him and said indifferently. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave into a huge chess game, and he was just an insignificant chess piece. "Let's just wait and see," Yunxiao said. "I also want to know where Lu Congzi is going to take the Sea of Soul formation to." Luo Tian swallowed with great difficulty and said, "Could it be that you're overthinking it?" "I didn't think about it at all," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I just raised the question. You're the one who's thinking about it." His smile disappeared, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. "Besides, he hasn't mentioned Yang Di since I entered the Sea of Soul formation. I'm afraid that my disciple has become his restraint to keep me in check." Yang Di Xianxian. Luo Tian's expression turned ugly. "It's true that I haven't seen him in a while. Why don't you tell the chief about this?" he asked. Yunxiao said, "If I make a request, he can easily find a reason to put me off, which will only make him more vigilant about me. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. When he needs me, he will naturally mention it." Luo Tian shook his head. "I don't believe your guess. I'll help you find out about Yang Di. Maybe you're overthinking it." "Maybe," Yunxiao said indifferently. "I guess so." The two of them didn't speak further along the way and soon arrived at Luo Tian's residence. They boiled wine and tea and began to talk in detail. Lu Congzi stood in the middle of the hall with his hands behind his back in the spell god temple. A crystal ball in front of him emitted colorful light, and it showed up in the space ahead. In the light shadow, there was an earth-shattering battle. Xianxia and Lu Fian joined forces to fight with Chu Hongyan, and they were fighting to their heart's content. Lu Congzi's face was calm, and he had no expression from the beginning to the end. He was completely like an outsider, unmoved. Suddenly, a black light flickered and directly tore open the space, landing in the center of the hall. Lu Congzi's face, which was as calm as water, suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into the lake. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, "You're injured." The person who slowly crawled up from the ground was precisely Yuan De. One of his legs was already missing, and his entire body was covered in blood. Arg! Ah! The demonic chi around Yuan De's body churned, and a large amount of flesh and blood gushed out from the wound. The blood vessels and muscles continued to extend, and a new leg quickly grew out. However, his aura suddenly dropped to its lowest point, and in his grief and indignation, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Lu Congzi was no longer in the mood to watch the fight. He waved his hand to interrupt the projection and said, "How did you get injured? Gu Feiyang has only returned to divine transcendence, and it seems like it's only been a few days." Yuan De growled in a low voice, like a wild beast. His aura fluctuated and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. "I heard that he barged into the ancient devil's well. I was worried that you would kill him." "It seems like I was worried for nothing." Lu Congzi frowned. His tone was filled with mockery, coldness, and even anger. Yuan De's expression became even uglier. He clenched his fist so tightly that it cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, "Where is he now? I'm going to kill him." "Forget it. You couldn't even kill him in the ancient devil's well, and you even had to run away. Wouldn't you be courting death if you go now?" Lu Congzi's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and he said sternly, "Tell me the details of the process. Don't miss any details." Yuan De's face was filled with unwillingness after being reprimanded. But he didn't seem to dare to resist. He furiously recounted everything that had happened in the ancient devil's well, including his escape. His face was filled with grief and indignation. Lu Zongzi didn't say a word and let him finish, but his eyebrows were furrowed. After a long while, he finally spoke. The technique that injured you should be purple lightning. I've long heard that he has a trace of purple lightning. It seems to be true. Yuanda jumped in fright, as if someone had poured a basin of water over him. His anger turned into nothing as he cried out in alarm. Shangxing Zifu, world-destroying godly thunder. Lu Zongzi glanced at him indifferently and said, "You don't have to be so afraid. He just got a strand of it from somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be your leg that would be blown off, but your entire body." A wave of fear surged in Yuanda's heart. Even so, when he thought of the purple lightning that had entered his body, he couldn't help but shiver. Lu Zongzi continued, "As for demonic arts, he once obtained a portion of the demonic monarch's demonic essence, so it's not surprising that he has some divine arts. I'm most concerned about Ingluo." His turbid eyes instantly became clear, like two hot rays of light shooting out. He stared into the distance and said word by word, "Can Gu Feiyang touch the demonic weapon of 6 paths?" Yuanda trembled again and said in shock, "How is this possible?" "It's impossible. If he could use the 6 paths demonic weapon, I would have been turned into dust long ago. I wouldn't be standing in front of you anymore." Lu Zongzi looked at him in disgust and scolded. "No matter what, you're still a peerless expert who's reached the peak. Look at what you've become now. I was counting on you to deal with Yu Shengfeng, but now you can't even take down Gu Feiyang." Yuanda's face was filled with shame and anger, but he was unable to refute and could only say, "I was too careless." "We can't be careless when dealing with this person," Lu Zongzi said. "Back then, he was unrivaled in the world and had few opponents. Now, he was even more powerful than before, and he had the help of the Divine Firmament Palace's palace master. It was said that there were several divine beings among the holy artifacts he had. In today's world, there are only 9 people that I fear." Yuanda was shocked. "With Darren's strength, there are actually 9 people? Who are the 9 people?" Lu Zongzi sneered and said, "You've really underestimated the heroes of the world. One was the Lord of the Four Seas, one was the Emperor of all demons, one was my master, one was Nanxiu Yu, the master of the natural moat cliff, one was Wei Qing, the ruler of the holy region, one was perfected Lord Mengling in the divine capital, one was the demon Lord Piyu, who was suppressed in an unknown place, and the last one was Guishu, who had run out of the ancient tomb. And the last one was Gu Feiyang of the past, and the Li Yunxiao of today. In the future, the ones who will stir the world will definitely be these 9 people and me." Yuanda was extremely shocked when he heard this. These 8 people and Lu Zongzi in front of him were all powerhouses and overlords, existences that could shock the world. Lu Zongzi waved his hand. "Go back to the ancient devil's well and recuperate. Get well as soon as possible. In a few days we'll welcome your master with you." Yuanda said, "In the Sea of Soul Formation, there are many elders who seem to have a good impression of Nie Shengfeng. Do you want to tease him?" Lu Zongzi's face darkened, and he said coldly, "If I had to, would I have waited until today? It's just a small misunderstanding between me and your master. I believe it can be easily resolved." Yuanda was stunned for a moment. He frowned and couldn't understand, but he had never been able to keep up with Lu Zongzi's intelligence. He stomped his foot and said, "I'll leave everything to you." He then tore open space and turned to leave. Lu Zongzi looked at the empty hall with a dazed look in his eyes. It was as if he had returned to 100 years ago and remembered the days when Hu Shangfeng and Bo Yuqing were cultivating together. "Master and my dear junior brother, Lu Zongzi welcomes you back." Ha ha ha! Laughter rang out, and the hall suddenly became empty. Yunxiao and Luo Tian talked for a day before they bid each other farewell and left in a stream of light. After pondering for a long time, Luo Tian also left his residence and began to ask about Yang Di's whereabouts. By the time Yunxiao returned to his courtyard, Chu Hongyan had already returned. He scanned the room with his divine sense and walked into his secret chamber. Suddenly, a figure flashed past. Chu Hongyan appeared in front of him and said, "I'm back." "Yes. Yes," Yunxiao replied softly, then briefly told her what he had encountered and his speculation. Chu Hongyan frowned as she listened, but even her sad face was very beautiful. Chu Hongyan's face was filled with anger as she said, "Is Lu Songzi really that bad?" Yunxiao shook his head. "This is just my speculation. Even if it is true, we can't do anything to him. Don't be impulsive." Chu Hongyan suddenly thought of something and said, "Do Xianhua and Lu Fian know about this?" "They have been living in the Sea of Soul formation for a long time," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "Even if they don't know, they should have some ideas. Don't tell them about it for the time being." "Yes, I'll do as you say," Chu Hongyan said. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. When these words came out of the mouth of such a beautiful woman, he felt a little restless, and the atmosphere immediately became a little awkward and tense. Is there anything else?" Chu Hongyan's cheeks blushed slightly and she said, "When we were at the 5-Cloud Mountain, you and I worked together to develop the Million Sword formation. At that time, you were not strong enough. Now that you have returned to the Divine Transcendence realm, you and I should be more compatible." It suddenly dawned on Yunxiao that she wanted to practice the sword diagram with him. "It just so happens that I'm also planning to seclude myself to practice my swordsmanship. In addition, I've gained some new insights into swordsmanship over the past few years. It's just nice to share them with you." "Me too." Chu Hongyan was overjoyed. The two looked at each other, their hearts throbbing. Then, they heard Yunxiao swallowing with difficulty, and Chu Hongyan lowered her head. Ahem, let's go. We need to hurry." Yunxiao suddenly broke the warm and slightly embarrassing deadlock. Chu Hongyan's head was still lowered. She stroked her hair and followed him into the secret chamber. Then Yunxiao set up an enchantment, and the two of them entered the Divine Realm tablet. After all, they were in the Sea of Soul formation. Since they were on guard, they did not want to give Lu Zongzi a chance to spy on them. 10 days later, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, above the floating clouds, under the colorful rays of light, it was a picturesque scene. Rays of light constantly flew up from the magic god's island, riding on the clouds and mist. Hundreds of people were gathered on the clouds, all of them with extraordinary auras and serious expressions. Although not everyone knew about the half-year agreement with Chu Shengfeng, almost all the higher-ups of the Sea of Soul formation had heard about it. When the time came, they all gathered in the clouds and waited for the big event to happen. In the teleportation area of the Mirage City, everyone was on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xianhua personally stood at the entrance of the formation, standing without a word for several hours. Zhu Bai only knew that some important figures were coming, but he had never seen anyone who could make a titled martial sovereign welcome him personally. He had asked once before, but Xianhua only answered his old friend, so he didn't dare to ask anymore. He could only stand with a few small leaders. He had also mobilized all the security forces in the teleportation area to strictly check every person who entered and left. Xianhua suddenly laughed and said, "Withdraw these guards. Don't be so nervous. It will make the people who come and go suspicious. They will think that something has happened." Zhu Bai hurriedly transferred those warriors away, returning them to their usual loose state. With his experience and observation, he knew that the people who came were certainly not some old friends. He carefully asked, "Lord Xianhua, will this really be fine?" "I don't know either," Xianhua said with a smile. "But I only know that if something really happens, it's useless to send these minions here." Zhu Bai thought for a moment and agreed. Even a titled martial sovereign was here, so what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, this was the Sea of Soul formation. Who would dare to mess around? He took out a record and flipped through it a few times. "My lord, so far, there are 3 unread transmissions that have connected to the Mirage City. The one in the north will arrive in about 10 minutes. The north region?" Xianhua muttered to himself for a moment and didn't say anything. He continued to look at the people coming and going in the distance. Sure enough, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, one of the teleportation arrays began to flash with formation light, and everyone's eyes focused on it. Xianhua's pupils shrank, and he immediately felt the powerful aura coming from it. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot and appeared directly in front of the teleportation array. When the three figures appeared, he smiled and cupped his fists. Xianhua welcomes the three lords to the Sea of Soul formation. Zhu Bai was shocked. The faces of the three people were very unfamiliar, and one of them was still hidden in a black robe, so his face could not be seen clearly. However, a person who could make Xianhua welcome him was definitely a big shot that he didn't even dare to think about. Two of them were Nie Shengfeng and Bo Yuqing. Yu Shengfeng's handsome face was slightly pale. His eyes flickered as he looked around and sighed. "Let's go. We'll go straight to the Sea of Soul formation." Xianhua pointed at the black-robed man and said, "Forgive this one for being meddlesome. May I ask if this friend is Xianxia?" "He's my friend," replied Tong Shengfeng. Xianhua stared at that person for a while, and it was like an endless abyss. All of his divine sense was swallowed in, and he couldn't see any depth at all. He said, "Darren's friends, that must also be world-shaking people, right?" Yu Shengfeng coldly stared at him and sneered, "What? Is it your business to make a friend? TSK. Tisk. Titled Martial Sovereign. I'm really scared." Xianhua's face was full of black lines, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Your Excellency has misunderstood. Please follow me. The chief has been waiting for a long time." The four of them walked directly into another teleportation array. Zhu Bai hurriedly ordered people to activate the array and sent the four of them directly into the Sea of Soul formation. Above the clouds, Lu Zongzi had been waiting for a long time. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a statue, facing the distant sky, as if he was in deep thought. None of the elders dared to come forward and disturb him. They all gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and discussed various things. Although they were both on the Warlock God's island, they did not have many opportunities to meet each other. It was a rare sight. They were all talking about the recent research progress, as if they had forgotten about what was about to happen. Only the combat cultivation elders were standing. Some closed their eyes to rest, while others sat cross-legged to cultivate. Luo Tian also soon came to the clouds. He glanced around and saw Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan. After all, Chu Hongyan was too conspicuous. Even if her face was covered with a veil, she still attracted all kinds of eyes. As soon as Luo Tian saw Yunxiao, his face turned extremely ugly, and he shook his head slightly. Yunxiao knew that he was saying that Yang Di's matter had come to nothing. Although he had expected it, he could not help but look angry when he heard the news, and he snorted. Luo Tian walked over in a few flashes and said in a low voice, "Yang Di received a mission half a year ago and went to the north." "Half a year ago in the north, he..." Yunxiao's anger dissipated, and he smiled faintly. Luo Tian's expression was unsightly. He glared at Lu Zongzi in the distance, but he didn't know what to say. He just kept silent. "Feiyang, are you saying that Yang Di is still in the Sea of Soul formation?" Chu Hongyan asked. "I don't know if it's in the Sea of Soul formation," Yunxiao said, "but I'm sure it's under Lu Zongzi's control. But I'm not worried. Lu Zongzi is a smart man. He would never make an enemy of me for no reason, especially at this time." As they were talking, a ray of light suddenly flew over and landed on the clouds, immediately silencing everyone. The newcomer wore a gray robe and had a cold expression. He was the Vice President Yuan De. All the elders hurriedly saluted from a distance to show their respect. Yuan De's prestige was extremely high, and he was the leader of the martial cultivators. It was rumored that his strength was even above Lu Zongzi's, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura without being angry. He kept nodding in response. At the same time, his eyes swept through the crowd and fell on Yunxiao, and his calm eyes suddenly burst with a fierce killing intent. The killing intent was almost tangible, and almost all the elders felt it instantly. They felt a chill all over their bodies and jumped in fright. They followed Yuan De's gaze and saw Yunxiao, and their curiosity was piqued. Not many people knew Yunxiao's identity. Although the procedures of being an honorary elder had been completed, they were only registered in the Spell God Hall and not publicly announced. Luo Tian was also shocked. He said in a low voice, What, you offended Lord Yuanda? I don't know if I've offended him, Yunxiao said with a smile. But judging from his eyes, I think I have. Luo Tian's face was full of worry. He said with some blame, right now, in the sea of soul formation, the only person who can resist the chief is Master Yuanda. Now, you've offended him again. Sigh. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, fight against Lu Congzi? Yuanda glared at him venomously, but he was not afraid of the other party at all. He coldly looked back at him with ridicule in his eyes, causing Yuanda to fly into a rage. Demonic chi faintly churned around his body. It was obvious that his emotions were fluctuating greatly, and everyone was greatly shocked. Yuanda had a very high prestige in the hearts of the crowd, second only to Lu Congzi, but for some reason, he was so angry at a young man. Only a few people knew Yunxiao's identity, and they looked at him with a contemplative expression. Xing Chun, who was also on the clouds, was even more shocked. He was still confused about Yunxiao's identity, but he was obviously not Zirwei's disciple. Yuanda slowly calmed his emotions and withdrew his gaze. He walked directly behind Lu Congzi and sat down in the air. He also closed his eyes to recover. Luo Tian's face was filled with worry as he said in a low voice, "What's going on? Do you remember the ancient devils well?" Yunxiao asked, "Do you remember that day? I met Yuanda inside and had a conflict with him." Luo Tian was shocked. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. "You're talking about Elder Yuanda and the Chief of Sorcerers, Yu?" "Yes." Yunxiao nodded slightly. "They are probably jackals of the same tribe." Luo Tian was stunned. He felt that this person was not feeling good. Suddenly, another huge flying light flew over. It appeared very ostentatious and landed on the clouds in an instant. Everyone's expression immediately became strange. There were still quite a few people who bowed from a distance, but they did not have the respect they had for Yuanda. Instead, there was a playful look in their eyes. That person was none other than Yu Chun. When he felt the burning gazes from the surroundings, as well as some gossips and sneers, he immediately became furious. He glared at Xing Chun with eyes full of anger. Xing Chun jumped in shock and covered his mouth from far away. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, you've misunderstood. I didn't say anything." There were still some elders who didn't know and felt that it was strange. Why were the two vice presidents so angry the moment they came? Those in the know chuckled as they explained the inside story, which immediately attracted countless stunned and strange expressions. Everyone immediately knew about it. Yu Chen's divine sense had already heard everything clearly. He almost fainted. He couldn't explain this matter. The more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. His face was ashen, his eyes spewing fire as he stared at Xing Chun and said in a cold voice, "You didn't say? You didn't say anything, did you?" Xing Chun covered his mouth and was almost about to cry. He shook his head desperately and said, "I really didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Yu Chen's body flickered as he rushed forward and shouted, "I'll kill you!" Although he was furious, he did not hesitate to attack. A golden light slashed down. It was a giant blade with 9 rings on it, making clang-clang sounds. "What?" Xing Chun was greatly shocked. That saber chi was incomparably overbearing. The fear of death surged in his heart as if he had already stepped into the gates of hell. The other party actually really wanted to kill him. Everyone was shocked. Even the vice president didn't have the power to kill an elder, let alone kill him in front of everyone. "You're crazy!" Xing Chun also rose up in rage. Putting his hands together, he clamped that battle saber in his palm with a tremendous force of 1,000 jin. A surge of power rose from the blade and shook his chest. He was instantly stained with blood. Xing Chun's meridians were cut and he was sent flying. "Die!" Yu Chen didn't show any mercy. He changed his movement technique in the air and caught up with him in a few steps. He slashed down with his saber again, vowing to take his life. "Stop!" The other 2 demonic show elders who were on good terms with Xing Chun were furious. They rushed over one after the other. One of them flicked his finger, and a stream of demonic chi shook the blade, changing the direction. The other person teleported to Xing side and saved him. Bang! As Yu Chen's blade attack missed its target, the elders of the devil cultivators immediately surrounded him and glared at him. Yu Chen's face was gloomy. He knew that he couldn't kill Xing, but his killing intent didn't dissipate. Instead, it became even stronger. Everyone was whispering to each other, all of them looking at him with dissatisfaction. Yunxiao was surprised that it failed. He could guess the process. Yu Chen's private illness must have been spread out, and the culprit was the person who gave the pill Xing. As for Xing, he thought that Yu Chen blamed him for revealing the secret. Thus, he wanted to explain himself. However, he didn't expect Yu Chen to be so furious that he wanted to kill him directly. It seemed like Yu Chen had indeed lost his mind from anger. However, the strange thing was that Lu Zongzi and Yuan De seemed to have turned a deaf ear to him. One of them was still standing and the other was still sitting in the distance, as if they were detached from the world. Seeing that Lu Zongzi didn't respond, the elders had no choice but to speak up. They said coldly, "Lord Yu Chen, how dare you kill a Sea of Soul Formation Realm elder in public? Even if you are the vice president, you don't have that much power, do you? I can't kill such a despicable man today, but I'll kill him some other day," Yu Chen said coldly. "Lord Yu Chen, what is it that has made you so angry? If Elder Xing had committed a capital crime, you don't need to be angry. The Soul Formation Sea naturally wouldn't tolerate him. However, if he didn't commit a capital crime, you don't seem to have the right to kill him." A gentle voice sounded. Everyone only felt the scene in front of them blur. Lu Fian had appeared in the field with her sword in front of her chest. There was a faint anger on her face. "He injured me," Yu Chen said coldly. "He deserves the death penalty." Lu Fian frowned and said, "Hurt? How did he hurt you? The crime of slander shouldn't warrant death, right?" Yu Chen was stunned for a moment and didn't say a word. No matter how thick his skin was, he didn't have the face to say such hurtful things in front of Lu Fian. Xing was currently adjusting his injuries and said with a cold smile, "Everyone in the Soul Formation realm knows about it. Lord Yu Chen, what are you still hiding? You have a private illness, which means you don't have the function of a man." He shouted loudly, his voice spreading through the clouds. "Eft!" Lu Fian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and her face turned red. Yunxiao could not help but laugh and said, "Ha ha ha!" This laughter immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. All kinds of mocking gazes were directed at Yu Chen. Yu Chen felt the sky and earth were spinning, and he almost fell from the clouds. Countless sneers flashed in front of his eyes, but as an alchemist, his divine sense was extremely strong, so he could sense everyone's expressions and smiles, and he felt a sudden surge of blood in his heart. Eft! Yu Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened. He shouted, "Bastard! I'm going to kill you for slandering me like this." A shrill voice cut through the sky, tearing at one's heart and lungs. Chu Hongyan was also a little shy and said, "I didn't expect Lord Yu Chen to have such extraordinary strength and an outstanding talent in the Tao of medicine. It's a pity that he can't cure himself." Yu Chen's mood had calmed down a little after vomiting blood, but after hearing what Chu Hongyan said, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His true core was completely damaged and he fell from the clouds. "My lord!" An alchemist hurriedly flew down, helped Yu Chen up, and gently placed him on the cloud. "There's no need for that, my lord," another alchemist said. "This private illness should not be difficult to treat. With the power of so many lords in the Sea of Soul Formation, I believe that there is no illness in the world that cannot be cured." Eft! Yu Chen spat out a third mouthful of blood and passed out on the spot. "Oh no! Darren has fainted." The alchemist who was helping him up panicked. "Don't be afraid. The most powerful alchemists in the world are all here. As long as His Excellency is not dead, we can save him. Help him back to his room." A few alchemists supported Yu Chen as they flew away from the sea of clouds toward the Divine Spell Island. I thought that Lord Yu Chen was a highly respected person with an outstanding talent in the art of cultivation. I didn't expect him to suffer from such a chronic illness. The heavens are really unfair. A healer can't treat himself. Is this the heaven's envy of geniuses? Bah! What heavenly Tao! I don't believe that with the power of our entire soul formation realm, we can't cure Master Yu Chun. Every month, Master Yu Chun would pick a few beautiful women from good families. I thought you were a lecherous man, but I didn't expect you to be just trying to fool people. Lu Fian's expression only eased after a while, and she shouted, "All right, stop talking!" With a shout, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and the clouds suddenly fell silent. No one wanted this to happen, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's too shocking. It's inevitable that it will cause a public reaction. It's normal. Yeah, it's normal. Everyone started to make a ruckus again. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to take it either. I didn't expect Master Yu Chun to be so strong, working all day while he's sick. With this illness, there's nothing to look forward to other than studying the Tao of sorcery all day. No wonder he could achieve so much and become the vice president. There's a reason for it. Yes, if he's focused, his achievements will naturally be high, and so on. Lu Fian gave Yunxiao a fierce glare. Luo Tian frowned. Strange. I keep feeling that something is strange about this. I can't tell what's wrong. Strange? Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him. How is it strange? Luo Tian said, that private illness is not a big problem. With Yu Chen's achievements in the art of divination, it is impossible that he can't cure it. Moreover, it is no secret in the sea of soul formation that he is lecherous. The women he took away did lose their virginity. Oh, you know that too? You seem to be very concerned about it, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. Are you? Luo Tian's face turned red. Don't blame me for this, he said. Yu Chen changes a group of beautiful women every month. I've seen them a few times in the teleportation zone. I can tell at a glance if they've lost their virginity. Do you need to care so much? Chu Hongyan snorted. What a shameless man. In order to cover up his incompetence, he has to sacrifice a group of innocent girls every month. I should have gone up and cut him down just now. It's exactly because of this private illness that he is particularly sensitive, Yunxiao said. That's why he is trying to cover it up in such a perverted way. But the truth will come to light one day, because evil has never triumphed over good. After that, he started clapping. Very quickly, a group of people followed suit and applauded, especially the devil cultivators. They were so happy that the entire cloud platform was filled with applause that did not stop for a long time. Xing Chun frowned. He also felt that something was not right. However, he had already formed a deadly enmity with Yu Chun. Naturally, he hoped that Yu Chun would be as miserable as possible. He followed suit and applauded loudly. At this moment, Lu Congzi finally opened his eyes slowly. A sharp light shot out from his eyes as he stared ahead and said indifferently, "They're here." The voice was very soft, but it reached everyone's ears, and the applause immediately slowed down. Everyone became alert and followed his gaze to look into the distance. Several rays of light flew over and appeared above the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye, revealing Xianxia and the other three. Xianxia smiled slightly and said to Nie Shengfeng, "My lord, welcome to the Sea of Soul Formation." The thunderous applause just now was a welcome to my lord. Everyone, hee. Humph. Yu Shengfeng snorted heavily, obviously not appreciating the gesture. Instead, his eyes fell on Lu Congzi with a cold look. Lu Congzi was also looking at him. The entire cloud was silent. Everyone was looking at Chu Shengfeng with wide eyes. He was the former master of the Sea of Soul Formation, Lu Congzi's master, and a legendary figure. He was so young, handsome, and full of vitality, which was in sharp contrast to Lu Congzi's old face. The two of them looked at each other for a long time before Lu Congzi finally moved. He took 3 steps forward, knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times in a row. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Disciple Lu Congzi greets Master." "Master!" Yu Shengfeng laughed. "I don't dare to accept that, Lord Lu Congzi." Lu Congzi knelt and lifted himself up, saying, "When I heard that you did not pass away, I was both sad and happy. I could not sleep all night. looking forward to your passing in the sea of soul formation so that I can return to your side and listen to your teachings. Oh, so you want to listen to my teachings? Yu Shengfeng said indifferently, his eyes cold. That's right, Lu Zongzi said solemnly. The days when I followed Master were the happiest and most carefree times of my life. Yu Shengfeng nodded and said, It's rare for you to have such thoughts. I'm very pleased. From today on, I will regain control of the sea of soul formation. After all, my body is now complete and undying, while you are old and should recuperate in peace to prolong your life. There was an uproar in the clouds. The other party had stated his purpose as soon as he came, aiming for the position of the Sea of Soul Formation spell Elder. Moreover, his phenomenal success physical body was undying, which also shocked everyone. Yunxiao's pupils also widened as he cast his wondrous spirit eyes to look over. At this moment, the feeling that Gu Shengfeng gave people was that he was one with the others, a flawless jade. Could it be that he had really refined Yu Yixian's remnant soul and completely possessed his body? Not only Nie Shengfeng, but Bo Yuqing's face was also dark, as if he had controlled the power of the Agarine. His whole body gave off an extremely cold feeling, and his strength was not what it used to be. As for the man in the black robe, he stood there quietly without any change in his expression. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that there was someone there. When he used his divine sense, it was as if it was air, completely integrated with the world. Oh, undying and indestructible. Lu Zongzi stood up from his kneeling position and said indifferently, Congratulations, Master, on achieving the physical body. At the same time, I'm happy that I can get rid of my position as the chief and have a free time. Yu Shengfeng frowned. He didn't believe that Lu Zongzi would hand over his position so easily. All the elders above the clouds were also shocked. If Lu Zongzi abdicated and Nie Shengfeng took over, it might not seem like anything wrong, but it was actually a world-shaking event. Although Chu Shengfeng used to be a chief alchemist, his era was over. All the alchemists now rose from Lu Zongzi's hands. If Chu Shengfeng were to command them, it would be difficult to convince the masses. But among the many elders, there were also a few highly respected existences. They were the remnants of Chu Shengfeng's era, and they were all in tears of excitement. Lord Chief, you must not. Yuan De stood out and said in a deep voice, This person's identity is still in doubt, so how can he prove that he is Nie Shengfeng? Even if he was, what right did he have to make the chief martial artist abdicate? But the Sea of Soul Formation belongs to all the alchemists in the world, and it's not something that can be decided by just the chief himself. The chief cannot decide who is the one who is the chief himself. Right? Why should we give up our position to this unknown person? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. If the chief gives up, I'll leave the Sea of Soul Formation. Well said. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. The entire cloud above immediately began to shout. The crowd's emotions surged, and everyone was clamoring to leave. It was out of control. Yu Shengfeng's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Lu Zongzi to have such a move. Originally, he had guessed that Lu Zongzi would not give up his power, so he would tell him about how Lu Zongzi had deceived his master and destroyed his reputation. Then, he would naturally take over the Sea of Soul Formation. But now, Lu Zongzi knelt down and kowtowed as soon as he came, showing that he respected his master and was very respectful to him. At the same time, he showed that he had no attachment to the position of the chief, making it seem that he was fighting for power. The difference in his bearing was obvious. If he were to flip out now and talk about what happened in the past, as long as the other party denied it and accused him of framing him, no one would believe him with his current reputation. It would be even more difficult for him to take over the Sea of Soul Formation. Yunxiao was also surprised. Lu Zongzi is indeed powerful. He did not make a move, but he has unknowingly tricked Yu Shengfeng. Now that he has the upper hand, Yu Shengfeng is in a difficult position. Chu Hongyan was also an extremely smart person. Although she did not see through things as thoroughly as Yunxiao, she could guess what had happened. Lu Zongzi was stunned. He raised his hands and shouted, Everyone, please listen to me. The clouds immediately fell silent. Yu Shengfeng's heart sank. This kind of appeal was probably very difficult to remove. I've been a divine transformation realm technique elder for 100 years, Lu Zongzi said. I've been mediocre and haven't been able to carry forward the art of Tao. I've always felt guilty. Now that my master is still alive, I will naturally return him to his position. From now on, I will devote myself to the art of Tao and have no other distractions. No, Yuanda said sorrowfully. If you take over, I'll leave and never enter the sea of soul formation again. Many of the devil cultivators and martial artists followed Yuanda's lead and shouted in unison. We will also follow the chief and Lord Yuanda and will never enter the sea of soul formation again. Many elders of the art of divination were also firm in their stance. Although the rest of the people didn't express their opinions, they were shocked. What's good about this? Lu Zongzi was stunned. He shook his head and sighed. What should we do about this? Yu Shengfeng was about to explode from anger, and his eyes were spewing fire. This brat knelt down as soon as he came up, so that he couldn't get angry and reveal what happened in the past. As a result, he lost the initiative and it was difficult to reverse the overall situation. Yuanda said, in my opinion, the position of chief can't be changed. It's a great thing that Sir Sun Shengfeng has returned to the Spirit Sea. Moreover, Sir was once a chief in the past. Why don't we set up the position of Taishang Elder and let Sir Sun Shengfeng take on the position? What do you all think? Good. This is a good idea, everyone exclaimed in unison. Lu Zongzi asked, Master, this spell is called Kasaya. Yu Shengfeng's face turned ashen. If he said that this method was not good now, he would not be able to get everyone's support. If he were to use force to ascend the position, all of these elders would really leave one by one. Then what was the point of this sea of soul formation? Yu Shengfeng's gloomy expression kept changing. Finally, his eyes focused as he stared at Lu Zongzi and said coldly, Good, good. As expected of my disciple, you're even more courageous than before. Lu Zongzi smiled and cupped his fists. I don't dare to forget Master's teachings. Yu Shengfeng was already full of anger. He snorted. Since you have such prestige and the world's martial arts have returned to you, Master is also very pleased to see this scene. Master will temporarily take on the position of Grand Elder. However, you must continue to work hard for the world's Tao of sorcery and cannot slack off. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Yun Xiao suddenly smiled and said softly, This pair of master and disciple are indeed the same. They are both meticulous and far-reaching people. Why do you say that? Luo Tian frowned. Yun Xiao smiled and said, There are two meanings in Yu Shengfeng's words. First, he is temporarily taking the position of Grand Elder, and it is only temporary, which means that he has not given up on the position of chief. Second, if Lu Zongzi slackers off, he will definitely take action. Then it's hard to say for sure about this slacking off. There's no standard to judge, so he's the one who calls the shots. Everyone present had sharp ears and eyes, so they could hear Yun Xiao's words clearly. They were taken aback, and then they frowned. Yu Shengfeng glanced at Yun Xiao, intentionally or unintentionally, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Lu Zongzi naturally understood the key point. He cursed in his heart and said, I dare not slack off, so I asked all the elders to come and supervise me. He immediately pushed the right of supervision to all the elders, and most of these elders were his own people. Let's see what you, Chu Shengfeng, would do. You say I'm slacking, but as long as everyone says I'm not slacking, you have no reason to seize power. Yu Shengfeng was also stunned. He didn't expect him to have such a move. He sneered, Don't worry. I'll lead the elders to monitor you. You can just be at ease and do your best for the public. Since I'm the Grand Elder, I should also do my best for the Sea of Soul Formation. I'll help you take care of this elder's yard. Lu Zongzi was startled, and all the elders were in an uproar. The Elder Council had always been a loose organization. Although a senior officer had the power to control everything, many major matters would be considered by the Elder Council. If Chu Shengfeng took over the Elder Council, it would be no different from strangling Lu Zongzi's throat. Lu Zongzi sneered. Many matters in the Elder Council are now handled by Vice President Yu Chun. Master has been away from the Sea of Soul formation for a long time. I'll let Yu Chun help you. Yu Chen. Yu Shengfeng's gaze swept over, not knowing who it was. Everyone's face revealed a playful smile, which made Yu Shengfeng frown, as if he felt that it was not a good thing. Vice President Yu Chun was still here just now, but he went back first because he felt a little unwell, Lu Zongzi said. He was in charge of all the affairs in the elder compound. He was very good at preparing for all kinds of meetings, delivering all kinds of news, cleaning, and so on. After all, the elders are usually very busy, and it's not easy to gather them together. Someone has to do the basic work. Yu Shengfeng snorted coldly. He understood Lu Zongzi's meaning. He was saying that the management of the elder compound was to deliver news and clean up the place. Lu Zongzi wanted to make him a mere figurehead. Yu Shengfeng sneered and stretched. Then let that Yu Chun or whatever come. He didn't believe that he couldn't even train a vice president. Even if it was a tiger or lion, it would be beaten down like a three-legged cat. Everyone had a feeling that Yu Chun was going to be in trouble. However, he did not expect that the big matter that he had thought would turn the Sea of Soul formation upside down would be solved so easily. However, the price was that he had buried the root of the problem, and he did not know when it would erupt. Everyone was well aware of this, but alchemists did not have a great desire for power, as long as they could live in peace. To Lu Zongzi and Yu Shengfeng, although this situation was unexpected, they were still satisfied and within the range of acceptance. After all, they did not want to see the Sea of Soul formation split. The price of fighting could not make the Sea of Soul formation fall apart. Master, junior brother, and this friend have traveled a long way, Lu Zongzi said. I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet to welcome them. Yu Shengfeng raised his hand and interrupted. No need. We're a little tired. We'll arrange a place to stay first. Everyone go back now. Don't delay your cultivation. The heavenly martial arts world is in a state of turmoil right now, and you're all the cornerstones to stabilize the world. You don't need to stay here with us. The moment he opened his mouth, there was a kind of majesty that no one could refute. Moreover, many people were indeed unwilling to accompany the master and disciple here, so they all cupped their fists and left. Dozens of light rays flew in all directions, and a small half of the people were scattered. Lu Zongzi frowned imperceptibly. He realized that he had underestimated Chu Shengfeng. He had revealed the aura of a superior in just a few words. The aura of the first Supreme Elder was vividly displayed, but it did not arouse any disgust. And most importantly, he had clearly seen everyone's position with a single sentence. Those who flew away were all completely uninterested in the power struggle, which meant that they were neutral. They did not care who would become the chief. The people who were left behind were either concerned about this matter or were people from their own factions. They had been distinguished by a single sentence from Yu Shengfeng. It was likely that these people had already been firmly remembered by Yu Shengfeng in his heart. Since you're tired, master, you should go and rest, Lu Zongzi said. I've already ordered my men to prepare a place to stay. It's in a small courtyard not far from the Warlock God's temple. Chu Shengfeng thought for a moment and roughly knew the place. It was not far from the sorcerer's palace, and every move inside could be clearly monitored by the temple. He laughed coldly and said, You're really my good disciple. Then let's go now. You can go back now. I'll bring your master to his residence, Lu Zongzi said to the others. It was only then that the elders had basically left. Yunxiao waved his hand at Luo Tian, signaling him to stay. Luo Tian sighed, shook his head, and flew away. Only Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and Lu Fian were left in the clouds. It was only then that Yu Shengfeng gave Yunxiao a few clear looks, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It's been a long time, Yunxiao said with a smile. My lord, how have you been? Yu Shengfeng nodded. I'm very happy to see you here. I wonder if we can talk about it in detail? Of course, Yunxiao said. I can. Lu Zongzi didn't say anything. Instead, he made a polite gesture and flew down from the clouds with a few people, until they arrived at a small courtyard near the Warlock God's temple. Yu Shengfeng walked in and didn't find any restrictions. In fact, at their level, any restrictions or traps were useless. They could only laugh. Everything inside is based on my memory, Lu Zongzi said. It's arranged according to Master's preferences back then. I hope Master will like it. Yu Shengfeng scanned with his consciousness and immediately sighed. Although the current situation made him sigh, he still said sincerely, "You've put in a lot of effort." Lu Zongzi seemed to be a little excited, and he said, "This is what disciple should do." Yu Shengfeng stared at him for a while before saying, "You are the most intelligent person I have ever met in my life. I am very pleased to have a disciple like you. I am not lying about this, but I am speaking from the bottom of my heart." "Thank you for your approval, Master," Lu Zongzi said. Yu Shengfeng chuckled. "I can't help but acknowledge your wisdom and talent. Bo Yuqing is also a rare genius. But compared to you, it's like a candle competing with the bright moon. Junior brother is 100 times more talented than I am." "Master, you're being too serious," Lu Zongzi said in a hurry. Bo Yuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he was excited. His emotions kept changing on his face, and finally he said, "Senior brother, you're too humble." Yu Shengfeng said, "I, Yu Shengfeng, can be considered an extremely talented person. In the past hundreds of years, I've met countless people. However, there are only 3 people that I fear and admire. You are one of them. Master, you're flattering me. Who are the 3 people you're talking about?" Lu Zongzi said in surprise. Although his attitude was humble, the intentional or unintentional look in his eyes still revealed his dissatisfaction with the other 2, as if no one could compare to him. Yu Shengfeng also sneered, "Lu Zongzi, do you know what I hate about you? You're clearly a bad person. So why are you pretending to be a gentleman? I admire your talent and intelligence, but I'm not ashamed of this gentleman." Lu Fian's and Xianhua's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with anger. Lu Zongzi's expression did not change, and he still said respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, Master. I will definitely change." "Humph!" Yu Shengfeng snorted contemptuously, then said, "I'm also a man who stands at the peak of this continent. You, Lu Zongzi, Li Yunxiao, and Old Man Meng from the Sacred Zone are the only people who can catch my eye." "Fei Yong and Lord Meng Ling?" Lu Zongzi gave Yunxiao a surprised look, and the latter also had a strange look on his face. He did not know why he had been targeted by Yu Shengfeng, and why he thought so highly of him. Chu Hongyan, on the other hand, smiled. When she heard a legendary figure like Yu Shengfeng praise Yunxiao, she felt an indescribable joy, as if she had just eaten honey. Her impression of Yu Shengfeng had doubled. "My lord, you're really flattering me this time," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. Yu Shengfeng's eyes flickered as he said, "Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Kid, in terms of intelligence, you're no less than Lu Zongzi. I'm confident that you can see it clearly with your eyes. Fei Yong is the 3rd martial sovereign," Lu Zongzi said indifferently. "His swordsmanship is godlike. He's also successfully possessed a congenital fetus and has an unblemished body. He'll have limitless achievements in the future." As one of the 3 elders of Shindu, she was highly respected and respected by the world. "I'm not as good as the 2 of them. Shizhuan, you're overestimating me." Yu Shengfeng's face was full of contempt as he waved his hand and scolded, "Hypocrite, humph! I'm going to rest, you may leave." Xianhua finally couldn't bear it anymore and scolded, "Stop pretending to be a master. If it wasn't for the fact that the chief respects your status, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of us? Now, you've even spoken rudely to us many times. If you have the guts, get lost. The sea of soul formation doesn't welcome people like you. Boy, you're looking for death." Yu Shengfeng's expression darkened, and an extremely powerful pressure instantly burst out. It was like a chariot flying through the sky, giving off the sound of wind and thunder. Xianhua sneered. Although he was on guard, he didn't back down and threw a punch. The air was compressed to the extreme under the fist wind, and when it collided with Yu Shengfeng's pressure, it instantly exploded, turning into a huge force that spread in all directions. Yuan De's expression did not change. He simply rose into the air and formed a circle with his hands. A ball of demonic qi gathered in his hands, and as if there was an infinite power, it suppressed the force of the explosion. The space seemed to have frozen at this moment. Soon after, Yuan de berated as a few demonic patterns flickered on his forehead. He said, "Absorb." The energy that had just spread out was immediately distorted and absorbed into the demonic chi like water. It disappeared without a trace, and the surrounding buildings were not damaged at all. With a wave of his hand, Yuan de dispersed the demonic chi in his hand and landed on the ground. He indifferently said, "The sea of soul formation can't take this kind of trouble. If you want to cause trouble, go to the end of the sea." At the end of the sea was the abyss of heaven, a place of endless void. No matter how they fought, it would not affect the sea of soul formation. "All right." Xianxia snorted coldly and stared at Chu Shengfeng. He said in disdain, "If you have the ability, then come with me to the heavenly abyss to play." Yu Shengfeng looked at him and sneered, "You're not qualified. Be careful. You'll lose your life." "Ha ha. If you don't dare, then just say it." Xianxia sneered and raised his middle finger, saying, "Coward! Impudent!" Two voices shouted at the same time. It was Lu Congzi and Bo Yuqing. The two looked at each other, and Bo Yuqing snorted heavily. "Don't be rude." Lu Congzi looked at Xianxia and shouted, "Apologize to Master now." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I'm sorry, but he's the master of the chief, not my master. Why should he apologize? I only respect those with virtue and those with ability. Unfortunately, he has neither." "Senior brother, is this how you train your subordinates?" Bo Yuqing said coldly. "As your junior brother, I might have to discipline your subordinates for you." Lu Congzi sighed and said, "How can this be a good Pishio?" Yu Shengfeng looked on with a mocking expression and waved his hand. "All of you may leave. Wait for me in the heavenly abyss. I'll have a good talk with Yunxiao first." "Master, this Kasaya isn't good, is it?" Lu Congzi asked anxiously. "Please don't lower yourself to Xianhua's level." Yu Shengfeng looked at him coldly and said, "I really want to trample on your hypocritical face and let this hothead keep provoking me. Isn't that what you want? Get lost." Lu Congzi's expression finally changed. Although he didn't look angry, he still looked gloomy after being told to get lost. "Haha. Good, you have a backbone. I'll be waiting for you in the heavenly abyss. If you don't come, then get out of the sea of soul formation." Xianxia laughed out loud, turned around, and flew towards the end of the sea. Yunxiao frowned when he saw this. Xianhua's provocation was too obvious. Obviously, it was Lu Congzi's arrangement to test Chu Shengfeng's strength. After all, the rumor of sanctifying one's body was too terrifying. It was equivalent to reaching the peak of perfection and having the physical strength of a sovereign deity. No matter how confident Lu Congzi was, he had to be wary of it. Xianxia and Lu Fian or even Yuan De were the best touchstones to test him. Besides, Yunxiao believed that if Yu Shengfeng could not pass the test, Lu Congzi would not hesitate to mobilize his forces and kill him directly in the heavenly abyss. "Since you've made up your mind, Master, it's inconvenient for me to say anything more. I'll take my leave now," Lu Congzi said. After they left, Yunxiao said, "Darren really wants to go and show off your skills." "Haha. I know Lu Congzi very well." Yu Shengfeng laughed. "If I don't show him a power that he's afraid of, he won't let it go easily. It's better to let me knock on the mountain to scare the tiger, beat the dog to bully the master, so that he won't dare to act rashly in the future." Yunxiao was a little displeased. Xianxia had a very good relationship with him, so he was very unhappy to be compared to a dog like this. "No matter what, I hope that your excellency will show mercy and not hurt Xianxia." Yu Shengfeng said, "Don't worry. Although that kid is reckless, he's also an extraordinary expert. He's not simple. Besides, talents are rare, and I want to take him under my wing in the future. This time, I'll just treat it as a lesson for him." "There's no need for Master to do it personally," Bo Yuqing said. "Just leave Xianxia to me." Yu Shengfeng nodded. "Yeah. We don't have to stick to one pattern. We'll act according to circumstances." "My lord," Yunxiao asked, "did you really refine Yu Ishian's remnant soul and sanctify your body?" Yu Shengfeng's eyes flickered with a smile as he looked at Yunxiao and said, "What do you think?" Runes kept flashing in Yunxiao's eyes, changing unpredictably, making people feel as if they had been completely seen through. Even Yu Shengfeng was secretly shocked. "It's perfect." Yunxiao retracted his eye sorcery and smiled. "I've completed my physical body." In fact, other than the observation of his wondrous spiritual eyes, he himself had also opened all 7 gates and was only one step away from sanctifying his body. However, he clearly felt a faint suppression in front of Chu Shengfeng's body. "Ha ha ha!" Yu Shengfeng laughed heartily. It was obvious that he had already refined Yu Yixian's remnant soul. "Congratulations, my lord," Yunxiao said. "And I can see that brother Yu Qing's cultivation base is also unfathomable. It seems that you have completely controlled the Agarine and broken through the shackles of martial arts." Bo Yuqing's gloomy expression finally improved. "I haven't fully controlled it yet, but I can basically stabilize it without acting up. This is all thanks to Master." "Congratulations," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Congratulations." He turned his eyes to the black-robed man and said, "May I know if this friend is Ing Luo?" Yu Shengfeng laughed. "Don't you have the eye of the moon pupil? Can't you see through his disguise?" Yunxiao smiled wryly. "Your friend is indeed extraordinary. There are indeed not many things in this world that I can't see through, but I can't see through your disguise at all." The black-robed man remained unmoved and stood there quietly, as if he didn't exist. "Since he doesn't want to show himself, you can keep your curiosity to yourself," said Yu Shengfeng. "Li Yunxiao, it's time to fulfill what you and I said at that time, right?" Back then, Shi Shengfeng had analyzed the secret of Gu Qingqing's 9-yang divine body for him and deduced that Luo Yunxiang was in trouble, so he had offered to give him the rainbow stone. But now, one of the 2 rainbow stones was still in Yunxiang's body and was under Gu Qingqing's control, while the other was in his heart, replacing the damaged heart function. Although he could take it down now, it was too dangerous, and his strength would drop by a lot if he removed the rainbow stone, so it was really difficult for him to take it out. Yunxiao did not hold anything back, so he briefly told her about the 2 rainbow stones. Yu Shengfeng was dumbstruck when he heard this. He stared at his heart in a daze for a while before finally saying, "How did you resist the corrosive power of the rainbow stone?" Bo Yuqing also perked up his ears to listen, seemingly a little excited. "It's related to one of my divine abilities and secret arts," Yunxiao said. "I'm sorry I can't answer you." Bo Yuqing was disappointed. Yu Shengfeng frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "You owe me a rainbow stone, so you'll pay me back with this divine ability and secret technique. Are you willing?" "What?" Yunxiao thought for a moment and asked, "Can I use other ways to repay you?" "Of course," Yu Shengfeng smiled. "Give me your puppet with the ice fiend heart flame." Yunxiao knew that he was talking about the calabash little Vajra. The ice fiend heart flame was left behind by Xiao Hong, and the calabash little Vajra could use it with the power of the rainbow stone. Now that the rainbow stone had been implanted into his heart, although the ice fiend heart flame was still in his body, it was very difficult for him to use it. Yu Shengfeng was the inheritor of the demonic servants, so he knew everything about the demonic masters like the back of his hand. He didn't have any scruples and told them about Di Yi and Xiao Hong, even mentioning that Xiao Hong was the leader of the Heaven Alliance. Hearing this, Shi Shengfeng and Bo Yuqing were once again dumbfounded. Even Chu Hongyan was shocked. Yunxiao found that the black-robed man seemed to be moved as well, and he inadvertently caught some emotional fluctuations. Yu Shengfeng only came back to his senses after a long time and said in a daze, "The demonic lord's avatar has already combined with the rainbow twin stones. He. The demon master was divided into 5 paths," Yunxiao said. "They were suppressed in Mount Meru, the outer starry sky, the dragon transformation pool, the eye of the East Sea, and the sacred realm. Now, other than the devil sealing grounds in the holy region, which had yet to be opened, the other 4 places had all been opened. The death of Di Jun in the outer space had divided the devil essence among the people, and his excellency had also gained a lot of benefits. The seal of the eye of the East Sea has been opened long ago, and the power of the demon master has been lost and exhausted. In the end, it was obtained by Di Yi. As for the whereabouts of the 2 rainbow stones, there are still a few unknown. Di has one, my lord and brother Yuqing have the rainbow stone, Yunshang and I have the rainbow stone, and this is the second. The location of the other 2 groups of rainbow stones is still unknown. Do you know the whereabouts of the demonic servant lineage? My lord. In fact, he had another set on him, which was the sword death slashing red. However, it was refined from the original stone of rainbow, not one of the 5 on the demon master. Chu Shangfeng said, back then, the devil lord was dismembered by 5 horses. It was all done by that group of experts. The place where he was suppressed was also extremely mysterious. How could my ancestors know? Over the years, they've only managed to find out a few pieces. Yunxiao had forgotten that he could ask Lingmu Di about this matter. Although it was no different from peeking at the rainbow stones, it was better to collect these things first than to fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to ask Lingmu Di to collect the other 2 groups of rainbow stones. It seems that the key to stopping the Devil Lord from recovering his full strength lies in the seal in the holy region and the remaining rainbow stones, Chu Hongyan said. No. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, it's impossible for the demon lord to recover his strength. With Di Ye's and Di Jia's current strength, it was impossible to find all the remaining items unless they combined into one. Otherwise, as long as they kept each other in check, it was impossible to restore their strength. That's why I think the key is to not let either of them be swallowed up. Yu Shengfeng said, you're right. Although this avatar is very dangerous, the probability of them growing big is not high. At least we don't need to worry too much about it now. Since you can't give me divine abilities or rainbow stones, then what about the saint artifact in your hand? Yun Xiao smiled wryly. My lord, you must be joking. You're not thinking of taking my saint artifact, are you? Do you think I'll give it to you? Definitely not, Yu Shengfeng said. Besides, saint artifacts have their own masters. I don't have much use for them. In that case, there's only one thing I can accept, and that is to take me to the sealed land. He stared at Yun Xiao, and his eyes shone with a bright light that seemed to be able to see through his heart. Yun Xiao's face flickered. The sealed place was naturally the place where Devil Lord Piyu was sealed. He was a complete great devil, an existence as powerful as an emperor. Back then, if the Demon Lord Emperor had not split him up, the ending of the Demon Sealing War would have been hard to say. Perhaps the heavenly martial arts realm would have long been demonized, and history would have been completely rewritten. Hee, I can't agree to your request. Yun Xiao wiped his cold sweat and chuckled. Yu Shengfeng's face was filled with anger as he shouted, Li Yun Xiao, are you going to go back on your word? Even if I take out the rainbow stone in my heart and give it to you, I can't take you to the land of sealed demons, Yun Xiao said. You should just die for this thought. Chu Hongyan also said solemnly, the sealed demon land is a serious matter. It can't be treated as a joke. Although that demon Lord Piyu didn't commit any evil in the past, he was suppressed for 100,000 years, and everyone has accumulated grievances. If he were to break out of the seal, who would be able to bear the responsibility? Yu Shengfeng sneered. You're saying so much just to find an excuse for not keeping your promise. Since you're willing to take out the rainbow stone, then take it. Don't say that I'm unreasonable. This is your own choice. Chu Hongyan was furious. Her killing intent immediately condensed into ice in the air, and she said, if you want to take a person's heart, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Yun Xiao stopped her, fearing that she would be impulsive, and said, I can give you the rainbow stone, but not the one in my body. I will find the next rainbow stone and give it to you at that time. Humph. When the time comes. Who knows when? Do we have to wait for 1 or 200 years? How about this, 3 years? Give me 3 years and I will definitely find a rainbow stone for you. 3 years is too long. 3 months is more like it. 3 months? Do you think you're looking for cobblestone? My lord, you're playing with me. All right, since you're determined to find it, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you half a year at most. If you can find the rainbow stone within half a year, then the promise will be written off. If you can't find it, then take me to the sealed land. In the end, Yu Shengfeng threw out his bottom line and stared at Yunxiao. Although he really wanted the rainbow stone, it was nothing compared to the sealed land. Yunxiao naturally knew what he was thinking. Although half a year was a little short, it should not be difficult to find the rainbow stone with the Lingmu flute. If it didn't work, he could go to Gu Qingqing to get it back, or he could take it out of his body. He would rather die than expose the seal of the southern mountain range. The consequences were too severe. All right, half a year it is then. Yes, Yunxiao said. Chu Hongyan's eyes flickered with coldness. She did not know the whereabouts of the other 2 rainbow stones. So she thought to herself that she must find Luo Yunshang within the next 6 months and get the rainbow stones. I hope young Master Yunxiao can keep his word. Yu Shengfeng sneered. Don't disappoint me again. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. If I can't find another rainbow stone in half a year, I'll take out the one in my body and give it to you. Yu Shengfeng then said, That's good. This matter is an agreement between you and me, and I have no intention of forcing you. I hope you don't hold a grudge because of this matter. Of course, Yunxiao said. My lord, you seem to be afraid that I'll hold a grudge against you? He revealed a playful smile. Yu Shengfeng looked at him deeply and said, I have nothing to hide. I really don't want to be on bad terms with you, especially at this time. This time? Yunxiao smiled playfully. What time? Did he mean that Darren's feet were not stable in the sea of soul formation? What about the future? Yu Shengfeng said bluntly, I will definitely find the Devil Lord's sealed land. There may be conflicts in the future. After all, my physical body is now complete. It will be too difficult for me to advance further. I can only have a chance in the sealed land. However, Lu Zongzi isn't a kind person. I'm afraid I won't have the energy to think about the Devil Lord for a long time. In addition, you will change your mind in the future. The corners of Yu Shengfeng's mouth rose into a smile, as if he was very confident. Change your mind? Yunxiao asked curiously. What? How come I don't know about this? Where did your confidence come from? Chu Shengfeng said, I already know everything about the 5-Cloud Mountain. If you want to kill Tianxi and save Ning Qiuyue, it is impossible without a stronger power. I don't know how powerful the sinkhole is, but it's the first moon pupil. It was quite famous even in the era when ancient beasts and true spirits dominated. Can you deal with it with your divine transcendence power? Yunxiao's heart twitched violently. The moon pupil was something he did not want to think about, but he could not get around it. It seemed to be his fate. Under this sky, he said, it's impossible for the sinkhole to recover to its peak power. There's still hope of killing him. Yu Shengfeng laughed. There's indeed hope. It's just very slim. You know this better than anyone else. Yunxiao's face turned unsightly. In the Battle of 5-Cloud Mountain, Ning Qiuyue had told Chu Hongyan that the sinkhole had not died in the battle with the true dragon in ancient times, which showed how strong it was. Chu Hongyan could feel his feelings. She gently grabbed his hand and held it tightly. She was telling him that no matter how difficult the road ahead was, she was willing to accompany him. Yunxiao's heart warmed, and he smiled warmly in gratitude. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Although they were still worried, the pressure in their hearts had been greatly relieved. Yes. Yu Shengfeng stared at him and said, the only way to defeat the ultimate is to go to the sealed land and search for 10th tier rules and truly break through to the 10 Directions divine realm. Your Excellency, Yunxiao said coldly, you don't have to encourage me. This method is not wise. Even if I obtain the rules of the 10 Directions, the difficulty of killing the sinkhole won't decrease. I'm free to decide on this matter. Yu Shengfeng knew that he was a determined person and wouldn't change his mind in a short time. He was slightly disappointed and said, then you should think about it yourself. Remember what you promised me that day. If you go to the sealed land, you must take me with you. Of course I remember, Yunxiao said, but maybe that day will never come. Yu Shengfeng smiled indifferently. I've lived for so long and experienced everything. My greatest feeling is that nothing is absolute in the world. Changes are too common. Yunxiao frowned and did not know what to say. The matter of the ultimate was indeed like a huge rock pressing on his heart. At this moment, he had already entered the divine transcendence realm. When Ning Qiue fell asleep again and her body was controlled by the ultimate, she would come to find him. Although he didn't know when, he could foresee that it wouldn't be too long. Did he really have a way to deal with it? Yu Shengfeng saw his silence and smiled. If you need help to deal with the ultimate, I'll be happy to help you. Oh? Yun Xiao looked surprised. My lord, you don't look like a good person who likes to help others for fun. Yu Shengfeng laughed. Haha, this lord indeed won't do anything without benefits. I've promised to help you deal with the ultimate, so you must help me deal with Lu Congzi. Of course, no matter if it's you or me, we'll have to keep our lives safe first. If it's life-threatening, we'll just leave. Against the chief? Not only is it too difficult. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, I don't have any reason or position to deal with him. We only seek benefits, and benefits are the reason, said Yu Shengfeng. Although there are countless experts in today's world, there really aren't many who can help you deal with GUIE. And you don't want to see a chaotic soul formation, see? Do you? Yun Xiao fell silent. With Yu Shengfeng's physical strength, it was equivalent to having another expert who had reached the peak of perfection, and his chances of dealing with the ultimate would be much greater. Moreover, Yu Shengfeng's physical body was not just a saint. His cultivation base and strength were also unfathomable. He asked, a chaotic sea of soul formation? What is the meaning of this? With my current strength, who do you think is stronger and weaker if I go against Lu Congzi? Yu Shengfeng said with a serious expression. Of course, Yun Xiao said without hesitation. Lu Congzi is stronger and you are weaker. He suddenly paused, and his mind moved like lightning, as if he had understood something. Yu Shengfeng also saw it and laughed. Hee, it's so much easier to talk to smart people. You should understand now. Do you mean that Lu Congzi might take the risk and try his best to kill my lord? Yun Xiao said seriously. That will cause turbulence in the sea of soul formation. If I'm willing to stand on your side, Lu Congzi will be even more afraid and won't dare to make any rash moves. That's what I meant, Yu Shengfeng praised. Yun Xiao's face turned unsightly. He suddenly thought of Yang Di, the chess piece Lu Congzi had used to keep him in check. Had Lu Congzi already thought of today's situation earlier? If that was really the case, then how far was this elder of the soul formation sea's scheming and calculation? Yu Shengfeng was also a smart person. He frowned and said, What? Could it be that you have a weakness that he can counter? Yun Xiao thought to himself that this master and disciple were indeed the same kind of people, both extremely smart. He nodded and said, I have a disciple in his hands, but I don't know where he is. Yu Shengfeng thought for a while and said, It doesn't matter. You don't need to express your position clearly. You just need to show that you're on my side at the critical moment. As for your disciple, I'll find a way to help you find out. I can only agree to this for the time being, Yun Xiao said. If my disciple's life is in danger, I'll have to make another choice. All right, said Yu Shengfeng. I'll make this clear first. If you can't help me, then I'll call off the matter of the sinkhole. He was not willing to suffer any losses. Yun Xiao also understood that it was a fair deal, so he agreed. Yu Shengfeng laughed out loud, as if he was very happy. Now, follow me to the heavenly abyss and teach that ignorant thing a lesson. Yun Xiao was not in the mood to watch him fight with Xianxia, but Yu Shengfeng was very enthusiastic, and he also wanted to see the power of the extreme Yin body. So, he immediately went to the end of the sea with him. Lu Congzi and the other three were standing quietly in a pitch-black space. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Xianxia sneered. I thought you were afraid and ran away. Yu Shengfeng frowned. Although you were ordered to provoke me, your words were filled with disrespect. You're courting death. Yun Xiao was slightly surprised. He felt the killing intent from Gu Shengfeng, so he immediately sent a voice transmission to him, telling him not to kill him. Yu Shengfeng coldly snorted. Master, Bo Yuqing said, you don't need to do anything about this kind of trash. Just let me take care of him. If you make a move, your senior brother won't be satisfied, Yu Shengfeng said. In the end, he'll have to force me to make a move. It's better to make it simple. Everyone knew that Lu Congzi was forcing Chu Shengfeng to show his strength in this battle. He wanted Chu Shengfeng to show that he had the right to fight him. If he wasn't strong enough, let alone the position of Grand Elder, this heavenly abyss would be Chu Shengfeng's grave. Xianxia also became alert. She raised the broken star bow, knocked the golden arrow, and pulled it into a full moon. Both his consciousness and killing intent locked onto Chu Shengfeng, and circles of killing intent started to spin around the arrow. The surrounding space became a little blurry as all the power gathered on the arrow. The arrow was too heavy, and it actually let out a buzzing sound and rippled with the power of the weapon. At the same time, Xianxia was also adjusting the frequency of his vibration with this world. When all the rhythms were consistent, whoosh, the golden arrow let out an ear-piercing screech and instantly pierced through the air, drawing a golden trajectory. Runes were still being destroyed along the trajectory. This arrow... Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank and he laughed. Haha. Lu Zongzi, you've spent a lot of effort to get a semi-finished demon-breaking arrow. I'm laughing my head off. His body shook and a cold light broke through the air like the cold moon. Then, he moved a few feet forward to meet the demon-breaking arrow and raised his giant sword, Ancient Dust. A dragon's roar came from the sword, and countless dragon shapes flew around the sword and slashed out. Bang! The big sword hit the anti-magic arrow directly, making a sharp ear-piercing sound. The arrow was cut in half vertically. A cold smile appeared in Yu Shengfeng's eyes. The sword in his hand turned, and he and the sword disappeared from the spot. Not good. Xianhua's expression changed drastically, and a huge sense of danger surged into his heart. The broken star bow instantly turned into a knife and slashed to the side. Bang! The ancient dust sword slashed out from the void, pressing down on the star-shattering blade like a mountain. Countless colorful lights rose, and the gemstones on the blade lost their brilliance. The entire space was pressed down by that sword. Xianxia only felt that he hurriedly held the knife with both hands, but he still couldn't bear the huge force, and his whole body trembled violently. Bang! The sword force finally pressed down like a hot knife through butter, and the star-shattering blade was directly sent flying. Xianxia was struck by a huge force, and his chest was broken by the sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Yu Shengfeng won in one move, and his figure flashed as he chased after Xianxia. He raised the ancient dust sword and slashed it down on Xianxia. Suddenly, a red light forcefully pierced in. Lu Fian grabbed Xianxia and at the same time, she shook her long sword, turning it into countless sword shadows. In an instant, they gathered into a sword aura and blocked in front of her. Bang! However, it still couldn't block that heaven-like sword aura. Although Lu Fian's sword aura managed to seize a moment of opportunity, it was shattered by Gu Chan, and countless sharp sword aura fragments shot in all directions. The two of them were instantly exposed to the sword power of the giant sword. A dragon's roar resounded in the sky as Gu Chen's sword power turned into a dragon, flying down and circling around the two of them. Wherever the sword dragon passed, the void was crushed. Lu Fian pointed her long sword and shouted, "Heavenly record Wu Hua!" Countless sword rules turned into runes and floated around the sword. The sword dragon was immediately obstructed as if it was separated by a barrier. However, it was angered and roared as it crushed the runes, stomping them out one by one. Lu Fian didn't dare to be careless. She condensed her sword and shook it out again. All kinds of sword rays scattered to the side of her body, forming a sword array that was like water. It was like a waterfall pouring down from the 9 heavens. It floated in front of her body like a sword shield. Yu Shengfeng's eyelids twitched, and the power in his hand increased as he pressed down. Bang! The sword and shield couldn't withstand Gu Chen's tremendous power, and they exploded, turning into starlight and scattering. However, Lu Fian had seized enough time to escape with Xianxia. After a few flashes, she returned to Lu Zongzi. Yu Shengfeng didn't pursue and attack, but praised. "You've already cultivated this heavenly record's brilliance to perfection and can do as you please. It's very rare." Lu Fian frowned. This move was taught to her by Lu Zongzi, so it seemed like she was most likely taught by Chu Shengfeng. "You flatter me," she said indifferently. After that, he started to care about Xianhua's injuries. Xianhua's heart continued to bleed as the sword qi cut into his body, breaking a large number of meridians and injuring his internal organs. Even if his strength was extraordinary and he entered the saint realm, he couldn't withstand such injuries and kept spitting out blood. "I'm fine," she said. Xianhua forcefully held on. After taking a few medicinal pills to stop the spread of his injuries, he stood there and began to regulate his breathing. Yu Shengfeng put away the ancient dust and put his hands behind his back. He looked at Lu Congzi with a cold and arrogant expression and said, "My disciple, you sent a little kid to play with your master. Is this a great disrespect to your master? Should I teach you how to behave?" Lu Congzi cupped his hands and said respectfully, "It's Xianhua who is insensible. This disciple didn't discipline him well. I will definitely teach him well when I return." "Humph. You think that's all you need to do?" Yu Shengfeng's expression was cold and mocking, as if he wanted to force Lu Congzi to make some compromises. Lu Congzi naturally wouldn't give in. He chuckled and said, "Xianhua is insensible and has already received the lesson he deserves. Master shouldn't be bothered by him. And I've seen your might, Master. You've indeed sanctified your body, and I'm extremely happy." Yu Shengfeng said coldly, "Master's power has made you happy. Then can disciples' improvement over the years also surprise Master? It's been many years since we last met. As a master, it's time for me to test my disciples' achievements." Lu Congzi felt the killing intent of Chu Shengfeng coming at him. He seemed to have planned it. He smiled and took 3 steps back. Then he took 2 small steps to the left. The killing intent disappeared. Yu Shengfeng's pupils shrank and shot out 2 rays of cold light. Lu Congzi's steps seemed to be very casual, but in fact they contained extremely high comprehension of the heavenly Tao. He snorted coldly, took a step forward, and then closed in. Lu Congzi took a step forward and then moved 3 steps sideways to avoid the sharp light. He smiled and said, "If Shizhuan feels that Xianhua isn't enough to warm up, then how about letting Lord Yuanda accompany Shizhuan to practice? Lord Yuanda is also a devil cultivator, so he can be considered to be of the same lineage as Master." Yuanda's expression was ice-cold, and his gaze never left Chu Shengfeng. When he heard Lu Congzi's words, a black light flashed, and he instantly teleported in front of Chu Shengfeng. Without saying anything, he formed a seal with both hands and slapped it toward Chu Shengfeng's head. "You're rude." Yu Shengfeng was furious and directly attacked him on the head. This was too rude. Gu Chen's sword light suddenly rose up and swept across the sky like a colorful ribbon. With a hong sound, it split the seal. The sword light followed the momentum and directly split Yuanda into 2. However, Yuanda's split figure slowly became faint, and it was only an afterimage. Yu Shengfeng sneered disdainfully and swung his sword to the left, instantly splitting the void. A ball of demonic energy came out from it and turned into Yuanda's true body. His expression was cold as he slapped out, "Bang!" Yu Shengfeng turned around and placed his sword horizontally in front of him. The demonic palm hit the sword, causing a loud sound and rings of demonic power to spread. "Humph! A devil cultivator dares to be impudent in front of me." Gu Chen's sword trembled, and the sound of the sword instantly became shrill. Countless jade dragons flew up and charged toward Yuanda. "What?" Yuanda was shocked. The distance was too close, and he couldn't dodge in time. He could only shout loudly and make hand seals with one hand. A layer of demonic light gushed out of his body and turned into a dense light shield. His entire body was placed inside it, and he became absent-minded. Boom! The streaks of sword chi dragons streaked across the sky like war chariots and rumbled into the light barrier, but they were actually devoured by the demonic chi. Then, the light barrier flashed and condensed into a small ball that appeared in Yuanda's palm. He flipped his hand and slapped it down. He shouted, "Demonic explosion!" A fluctuation spread out from the light ball, and Yu Shengfeng immediately knew that things were not good. He stepped back with his right foot, and the power of heaven and earth suddenly changed. Space was squeezed between the two, forming a natural barrier. However, as the black light ball exploded, the entire void was instantly shattered. Endless demonic power rolled out and rushed towards Chu Shengfeng, forcing him to take a few steps back. At the same time, the demonic qi that filled the sky spread out and turned into a demonic mist that swallowed him. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a black light as he saw through the demonic fog. Yu Shengfeng was in it, holding a sword in one hand and performing an incantation gesture with the other. The demonic fog that filled the sky transformed into countless ferocious forms, which began to bite and tear at the enemy. Yu Shengfeng sneered and grabbed at the air with his left hand. Ma Liang's divine brush came down and absorbed all the demonic qi in the sky. The brush and ink fell and painted thousands of troops and horses galloping. Immediately, a wave of killing intent rose. The golden armored horses trampled all the vicious forms and killed their way out of the demonic fog. After Yuanda unleashed the devil explosion with his palm, he quickly made hand seals, and countless devil symbols flickered on his body. Suddenly, a loud roar came from within his body. His body continued to expand, growing several times in the air. He was like a true devil, with devil horns on his head and a fierce light bursting out of his eyes. He turned his hand and formed a seal. Boom! The demonic mist dispersed the army, and Yu Shengfeng's figure appeared in a flash. He raised his right hand, and a black iron chain shuttled back and forth in his palm. He formed a formation in the air, covering a radius of several thousand feet. Collect! Yu Shengfeng formed a seal with one hand, his eyes filled with ridicule. The pitch-black iron chain shuttled back and forth with a hua-hua sound. It instantly contracted and tightly bound Yuanda's huge body. The massive aura around Yuanda's body completely dissipated, and it was as if the void had calmed down. Even more than half of his killing intent had dissipated. What? Xianxia was shocked. What's going on? Lu Fian's eyes were also filled with deep worry. Yuanda glared at her and seemed to struggle a few times, but he was extremely weak and could not break free from the chains. Devil Essence Lock! Lu Zongzi exclaimed. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. This Devil Essence Lock was originally his, but it was snatched back by Hu Shengfeng in the last battle. It was indeed an extremely powerful weapon against devil cultivators, and could directly seal the power of devil essence. Yu Shengfeng sneered. My good disciple, is your memory bad, or did you deliberately send this stupid thing to its death? Isn't playing demonic arts in front of Master just seeking death? A green light appeared in Yu Shengfeng's hand and turned into the underworld wheel. He raised it above his head and directly projected a large array in the void. The runes on the array rolled and rotated like a wheel. Yunxiao was taken aback. It was none other than the minor capital Heaven Dark Will array, the sharpest array law among all the laws of heaven and earth. It was because of this array that the green underworld will could cut through everything. Die! Yu Shengfeng coldly snorted. The dark wheel in his hand flashed with a green light. The vast array in the sky slashed down, making a hissing sound as it cut through the sky. Ah! Lu Fian couldn't help but cry out in shock and covered her red lips in shock. Yuanda's giant spiritual body was directly sliced into two by the small capital Heaven Dark Will formation. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he saw the two halves of the body being cut in half turn into the original form of fiend energy and dissipate like fireworks. Yu Shengfeng also instantly felt that something was wrong. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. He quickly saw Yuanda's body dissipate and the devil essence lock fall from the sky. After the giant spirit dispersed, Yuanda's true body appeared. The metal chain fell into his left hand, and his right hand continued to form seals, becoming faster and faster. Walala! The devil essence lock flew out of his hand and wrapped itself around Yu Shengfeng's body. In his shock, Yu Shengfeng seemed to have forgotten to dodge and was tied up like a rice dumpling. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Hee, Master was too careless. The Devil Essence Lock is a divine item created by our ancestors to restrain devil techniques. Lu Zongzi said smugly. There's only one in the world, but what's more precious than the Devil Essence Lock is the research data of tens of thousands of years. Master blindly believes in the power of this mana lock, while I believe in the results of countless wise and intelligent research. Yu Shengfeng frowned, but didn't say anything. I've never stopped my research on demonic cultivation and anti-demon cultivation. Lu Zongzi continued. Although the anti-demon arrows I've made are far inferior to this devil essence lock, they've helped me find a way to deal with it. Yu Shengfeng praised. I didn't misjudge you. Although I'm afraid of you, I can't help but admire you. At the same time, I'm also proud of you. After all, you're my disciple. Master, you're so fearless now. I don't think this devil essence lock can trap you anymore, Lu Zongzi said. Yu Shengfeng laughed coldly. His body shook, and the light of the underworld will flashed. With a PA sound, the devil essence lock was cut in half. He grabbed it and kept it. The entire void was silent. After putting away the devil essence lock, Chu Shengfeng didn't seem to want to fight anymore. He put away the ancient dust sword and placed his hands behind his back. Lu Zongzi saw that Chu Shengfeng had lost his will to fight and smiled. What does Shizhuan think of Yuanda? Does Shizhuan still want to inspect this disciple's cultivation all these years? That's right, Yu Shengfeng said indifferently. He's a rare talent in the sea of soul formation. He's become a divine being through demonic cultivation. As for you, for such a person to be willing to be beneath you, it can be seen that you are strong. I can already foresee it. Thank you for your approval, Master. I'm very pleased, Lu Zongzi said respectfully. Yu Shengfeng snorted and flicked his sleeve. Turning around, let's go, he said. Yun Xiao knew that the master and disciple's test was over, and they had both recognized each other's strength. But it was only the prelude to the internal struggle in the sea of soul formation. Suddenly, Yuanda's eyes turned to Yun Xiao and he shouted, "You're not allowed to leave." Yun Xiao frowned as he sensed the killing intent and fighting intent from Yuanda. He knew that Yuanda wanted to take revenge for what happened in the ancient devil's well, but he had no intention of fighting. Even as the vice president, you don't have the right to force an honorary elder to stay or leave. Have the rules of the Sea of Soul Formation been changed? This isn't an order to force you. This is a personal grudge between you and me. It has nothing to do with the position in the Sea of Soul Formation, Yuanda said coldly. Personal grudge? What personal grudge do I have with Lord Yuanda? Yun Xiao played dumb. Yuanda sneered. Gu Feiyang, to think that you're a titled martial sovereign and an honorary elder. Is there any point in playing dumb like this? Yun Xiao's face turned red when he heard what the other party said, and then he said, "All right, are you referring to the conflict in the ancient devil's well? Then I wonder how Lord Yuanda would like to resolve this." When Yu Shengfeng heard the words ancient devil's well, his expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal and watched the fight between Yuanda and Yun Xiao with great interest. Naturally, I'll settle it with martial arts, and I won't rest until I'm dead, Yuanda said coldly. Fight to the death? Yun Xiao was taken aback, and his eyes turned cold as he said, Lord Yuanda wants to kill me? Yuanda snorted. If you beg for mercy, I can consider letting you go. After all, you're an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation. I'll still have to show you some mercy. I see. I just want to ask. Yun Xiao nodded. Will the Sea of Soul Formation care about this personal grudge? Yun Xiao blinked and looked at Yuanda, then at Lu Zongzi. Yuanda rushed to say, Of course we have to settle our own personal grudges. Why would the Sea of Soul Formation care about it? If the Sea of Soul Formation has to care about every elder's personal affairs, can the Sea of Soul Formation still operate? Is that so? Yun Xiao asked. Then will the chief help Yuanda? You won't use the power of the Soul Formation Sea to help him? Lu Zongzi thought for a while and said, I really don't want the two of you to fight, but if you must fight, I can't do anything about it. The power of the Sea of Soul Formation naturally can't be used for personal affairs. Yun Xiao sneered and nodded, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he said, If that's the case, then that's for the best. Lu Zongzi frowned when he heard that. He seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. As an honorary elder of the Sea of Soul Formation, I naturally won't abuse my power for personal gain, Yun Xiao said. So, I can only ask some good friends to help me settle this personal grudge. Chu Hongyan sneered at his side. Sword intent flickered on her body as she also stared at Yuanda with cold eyes. Yuanda was startled and said, "You want to fight 2 against 1? Gu Feiyang, you're a titled martial sovereign. Do you still have any dignity as a warrior?" Yun Xiao shook his head. "You're wrong, my lord. It's not 2 against 1. He looked at Yu Shangfeng and said, "Sir, you and I can be considered to have quite a good relationship. Can you lend a hand?" Yuan De and Lu Congzi's expressions changed. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Yu Shangfeng laughed and said, "Bullying this junior will damage my reputation. Let Yu Qing help you." Bo Yuqing's face was dark and he did not say a word, looking extremely sinister. But Yun Xiao knew that it was because of the Agarine that his character and temperament had become so dark. Bo Yuqing revealed a sinister smile and said, "I'd be very happy to." He took a few steps in the air and came to Yun Xiao's side, looking at Yuan De with a mocking expression. Yuan De could not stand it any longer. Yun Xiao and Bo Yuqing were easy to deal with, as they were only in the divine transcendence realm. He thought it would be easy to kill them. However, Chu Hongyan was in the same realm as him, and he had consumed a lot of Yuan Qi in the battle just now. He had no chance of winning against Chu Hongyan alone, let alone the 3 of them working together. The chance of winning was close to 0. Yuan De's expression was gloomy and uncertain. After a long while, he angrily rebuked, "Fine, Gu Feiyang, you win. I'll get even with you next time." He suddenly flicked his sleeves and was about to leave in anger. Next time? Did Lord Yuanda's brain get damaged from cultivating the demonic technique? After provoking this young master, you want to just walk away? Yun Xiao's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth turned up into a sneer. His eyes turned into blood moons as he stared at the man and shouted, "Tian Ke!" Yuanda was startled. The power of the eye seemed to want to penetrate his body and see him inside out. This feeling was extremely terrible, and he angrily rebuked, "This lord wants to leave. Who can stop me?" His figure directly turned into a ball of demonic chi and was about to disperse in the void. However, the space trembled a few times, and the demonic chi did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into Yuanda's true body again, and he could no longer escape. What? Yuanda was taken aback, only to find that Yun Xiao's lunar pupil had locked the void. No matter how he shattered, he would still be under this world, unless he could break the pupil spell first. "It's time to close the door and beat the dog, go!" Yun Xiao grinned hideously, and the 3 of them suddenly disappeared from where they were. Yuanda was both shocked and furious. However, in his moment of hesitation, a sword chi appeared out of thin air in front of him and stabbed straight at his heart. The sword flickered with countless rays of light that were like stars. It was the Zixiao sword. Yuanda hurriedly took a step back and clapped his hands together. Bang! In one move, it clashed with the purple cloud sword, creating a whirlpool. Suddenly, he felt an abnormal sense of danger coming from behind him. In his shock, he hurriedly pulled out a hand and grabbed a long spear in the air, stabbing it behind him. Bang! The spear pierced into Bo Yuqing's wailing sword rain and wind, scattering the sword intent. Lu Congzi's expression turned unsightly. Yuan De was bound to lose, but he had no reason to help him except to watch him get beaten up. His eyelids suddenly twitched as he discovered that a small 6-colored mountain had appeared above Yuan De and suddenly descended. His heart twitched inexplicably. Although he didn't understand what was going on, his instinctive intuition made him feel an unusual danger. He exclaimed, "Yuan De, be careful." There was no need for him to remind him, as Yuan De had already sensed the danger. The moment that small mountain appeared, the entire space started to bend, and all the slopes rapidly twisted as the mountain descended. "What the hell is this?" Yuan De jumped in shock. The space was spinning at an unimaginable angle, almost tearing his body apart. One could imagine how freakish the weight of the mountain was. Yu Shengfeng's heart was also wildly shaken. He had naturally seen the power of this profound-level weapon, but at that time it was only 5-colored light. Now, it seemed to have been refined to the next level, and the entire body was emitting 6-colored light. Before the mountain landed on his body, the pressure was already turning him into a demon. Endless demonic chi dispersed like smoke, and his entire body was completely deformed. Could that be a holy weapon? The thought came to Yuanda's mind. Almost everyone in the world knew that Yunxiao had a saint artifact, but once the thought came to his mind, he had no time to think about it. If that thing hit him, he would either die or be crippled. Ah! He gave a loud roar, and the demonic chi on his body suddenly rose to the extreme and gushed out crazily. It was like a black flame burning all over his body. The long spear was suddenly retracted and swept in a circle in the air, shaking Chu Hongyan and Bo Yuqing away. Then, it tore the distorted space with great power and rushed out from the pressure of the Tusada heavenly peak. As soon as he took a step away from the pressure, a shocking bolt of lightning fell from the sky like a lightning dragon from the 9 heavens. It was mixed with a trace of purple and destroyed the world. Boom, boom, boom. That bolt of green lightning struck the top of Yuanda's head and entered his body through his head. His demonic body instantly swelled up and exploded with a bang. Countless bolts of lightning and black demonic chi spread out like small snakes. One of the black lights flashed and Yuanda's true body appeared a few thousand feet away. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face was as pale as paper. He didn't dare to stay any longer. As soon as he appeared, he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Yunxiao watched him disappear into the void, and the direction in which he had fled was the ancient devil's well. At the end of the crack, outside the world power of the devil world, was the best place for him to recuperate. Ha ha! Wonderful, wonderful! Yu Shengfeng clapped his hands and laughed. He turned around and looked at Lu Congzi, who had a gloomy expression, and said, "My dear disciple, what do you think of this battle?" Lu Congzi laughed awkwardly and said, "It's indeed wonderful. I wonder what kind of profound level weapon Fei Yong used just now. So shocking." "It's just a small thing," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It's just a small thing." "Hee. So it's just a small thing." Lu Congzi replied with a fake smile, but his eyes were very cold. Yu Shengfeng laughed. "Let's go." "Haha. I'm in a good mood. Let's drink and talk to our heart's content." Yunxiao smiled and said goodbye to Lu Congzi. "Lord Yuanda is too petty. I hope that chief can guide him. I'll take my leave first." He didn't dare to completely tear off his relationship with Lu Congzi. Yuanda was the one who had caused trouble just now, so he had to teach Lu Congzi a lesson. It was also a warning to Lu Congzi that if he dared to touch Yongdi, he would join forces with Chu Shengfeng, and the situation would be enough to overwhelm him, a spellmaster. Lu Congzi's face was extremely gloomy. After watching them leave, he stood in the sky in a daze and didn't move. Xianxia and Lu Fian were also shocked. They had never seen Lu Congzi like this. In their hearts, Lu Congzi always looked calm and saw through everything, as if there was nothing in the world that he couldn't control. But now it seemed that he had lost control. In the boundless void, Yu Shengfeng and the others were flying slowly. Yunxiao noticed that the black-robed man had not said a word from the beginning to the end, and there was not even any fluctuation of primordial energy. He was following behind Chu Shengfeng like a shadow. If he had not seen him with his own eyes, it would have been difficult to believe that this man existed. "My lord," Yunxiao suddenly asked, "are you going to the ancient devil's well?" This was because they were not heading toward the warlock god's island. Instead, they were flying along the end of the sea. "Oh!" Yu Shengfeng revealed a cold smile and said, "Is the ancient devil's well really that crack?" Yunxiao seemed to have heard something. He pondered and said, "Could it be that the so-called rift mayflies had existed hundreds of years ago?" Yu Shengfeng nodded and said, "I'm heading in the direction of a crack that leads to the devil world in the sky abyss. I've heard about the ancient devil's well. I suspected that the crack had expanded and was modified by Lu Congzi to form the so-called ancient devil's well. Now that you've said it, it's most likely the case. This crack has existed since a long time ago?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Why have I never heard of it?" Yu Shengfeng sneered. "I'm the only one who knows about this for hundreds of years. Lu Congzi found out later. He betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors. This crack was also one of the reasons." "Fight? Is he also cultivating a demonic technique?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. But why is he opening up the crack now for everyone to cultivate? Yu Shengfeng said with some fear. He naturally also cultivates devil arts. However, this person is extremely talented. Not only in devil arts but also in martial arts. Since he's willing to open up this crack, it's most likely not of much use to him. He gave Yunxiao a look and said, "You're also a cultivator of fiend arts. If you can cultivate in it, it will be of great benefit to you, especially Lao AI." Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped in the air, staring at Yunxiao as he said, "Especially the Swan and I Six Paths demonic weapon." Yunxiao's heart jolted. He suddenly sensed a slight wave of energy flowing over the shadow-like black-robed man just now. He didn't know if it was his illusion or if there were indeed ripples. Yu Shengfeng's face was full of envy as he said, "I don't know how you did it, but it's hard to imagine that other than the demon monarch, there's someone else in the world who can use the Six Paths demonic weapon. You should know the power of that thing better than I do." Yunxiao did not deny it. That thing is indeed very strong. But the backlash is also not trivial. I dare not use it unless I have no other choice. Even if it does, the power it can exert is extremely limited. "Don't be so ungrateful." Yu Shengfeng smiled bitterly. "That's a Six Paths demonic weapon. You might not understand the meaning behind it, but as long as you can use 10 to 20% of its power, you'll be invincible in this world. Then, do you know how to exert the power of the demonic weapons to the greatest extent, my lord?" Yunxiao asked. Chu Shengfeng said, "There's no other way but to continuously accumulate devil essence and improve my cultivation. If you can make good use of this ancient devil's well, it will be of great help to you." Yunxiao was quite tempted. He had just stepped into the divine transcendence realm, and it was unlikely that he could improve his cultivation base in a short time. Now that he had a preliminary grasp of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and had also refined the 5 Cloud Mountain into the Tushita Heavenly Peak, the power of the suppression of Yuanda was indeed boundless. If he could make a breakthrough in his demonic arts and use the power of the Six Paths demonic weapon, he might be able to fight against the ultimate. Thinking of this, he felt his blood turn warm and he wanted to fly into the ancient devil's well immediately. They soon arrived at the void, where there was a huge black whirlpool. It was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom, and it led directly to the devil world. Fellow sisters-in-law, several figures emerged in the void. They were the guards of the place, and as soon as they saw Yunxiao, they hurried over and said, "Greetings, Elder Yunxiao." Although Chu Shengfeng was a Grand Supreme Elder, the entire lower middle level of the Soul Formation Sea did not know about this. Even if he did know, he did not take it to heart and did not know who it was. "We're going in," Yunxiao said. The guard revealed a difficult expression and said, "Elder Yunxiao can naturally enter, but these mayflies must obtain the approval of Lord Yuanda." "Lord Yuan does instructions? Has he already entered?" The guard was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I didn't see Lord Yuanda." Yunxiao thought for a moment. With Yuanda's strength, they would not be able to find him even if he sneaked in directly. Besides, he was seriously injured, so he would most likely not want his subordinates to see him. "None of you have seen Yuanda, so where am I supposed to find him? Don't waste our time. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility." After saying that, Yunxiao flew straight in, ignoring the guards' attempts to stop him. Yu Shengfeng and the others also followed behind. The guards wanted to step forward to stop them, but their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they were fixed in place, and they were completely unable to move. It was only when he saw them disappear into the ancient devil's well that he could move. "What happened just now? Are you bewitched? Possessed? That's the pressure of space, it can directly suppress one side. With our strength, we can only wait to be slaughtered. This Luo, what should we do?" "I don't know the others. It's a serious crime to break into the ancient devil's well. We won't be able to escape the punishment." "Don't worry too much. Didn't Elder Yunxiao say that he will bear the responsibility alone?" "I hope so. If something really happens, he won't shirk responsibility." The guards discussed worriedly for a while before their bodies gradually disappeared into the void. A few hours later, Yunxiao and the others appeared outside the realm power of the devil world. It was pitch black, but as they were all top experts, their vision was not affected except for the scene inside the realm power. Yu Shengfeng placed his hand outside the realm power and gently felt the demonic qi that was gushing out from it. He said, "The amount of demonic qi has indeed increased, but it's been several hundred years, so it's normal. I wonder where Yuanda is," Yunxiao suddenly said. "Did he really not come here?" Yu Shengfeng laughed. "Who cares? He's pretty strong, but that's all he's got. He's not a threat." He turned to the man in black and said, "Old friend, I'll have to trouble you this time. Now that the situation is settled, you can go back." The black robe fluttered in the air despite the lack of wind. Yunxiao thought he could see some flaws, but there was still no fluctuation of energy. The man in black raised his hand and made a hand seal. A black light rippled from his fingertips. Then, the black shadow slowly disappeared into the light, without a trace. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He had been staring at the man with his mystic spirit eyes, but he could not figure out his identity. Not only that, he had disappeared right under his nose. It was simply unbelievable. An external incarnation. Chu Hongyan suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "The Divine Firmament Palace's palace master truly lives up to his reputation," Chu Shengfeng said with a smile. "It's the avatar technique." Chu Hongyan was stunned. "I can't believe this outer body incarnation has existed alone for such a long time. The world is so big, and there are indeed countless experts. I've been too ignorant." Yu Shengfeng replied, "You're too modest, palace master. This friend of mine has a powerful background. Lu Zongzi must have guessed his identity, so he didn't make a move because he was afraid. Otherwise, there would be more twists and turns." Since he refused to tell them the man's origin, Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan did not ask further. "Palace Master and Yuqing, are you feeling unwell here? This place is most suitable for demonic cultivators. You can return to the Magic God Island first," said Yu Shengfeng. "Feiyang, do you want to stay?" Chu Hongyan asked. Yunxiao nodded. "This place is indeed the most suitable place for me to cultivate now. Hongyan, if you don't want to go to the Spell God Island, you can enter the Divine Realm Tablet." "All right," Chu Hongyan said. "But there's no time for cultivation. How long do you want to stay in seclusion?" She was a little worried about Xianxia Palace. After all, she had been out for a long time, and it was necessary to go back at this critical moment. "Wait," Yunxiao said. "I'll wait for the sinkhole to come and find me." He had already entered divine transcendence. As long as the sinkhole regained control of Ning Kiyue, they would come to find him. Chu Hongyan's expression froze, and she immediately threw the matter of Xianxia Palace to the back of her mind. "All right, I'll go with you." Yunxiao nodded. Suddenly, his face changed slightly as he took out an iron-colored token, which was glowing with a bright light. The colorful lights seemed to be alive as they flowed on the token, forming various symbols. They flickered and then condensed into a coordinate symbol, which was fixed on the token. Yu Shengfeng and Chu Hongyan exclaimed at the same time, "Natural mode order." Yunxiao looked at the coordinates and nodded. The fairyland of the north, Langya Heaven, finally has a reaction. "Are you going or not?" Chu Hongyan asked. "The opening this time is very important," Yunxiao said. "I heard from Nanxiu Yu that the eternal world might be opening soon." "What? The realm of eternal life?" Yu Shengfeng and Chu Hongyan's expressions changed drastically, revealing all kinds of bewilderment. Yu Shengfeng said in a deep voice, "Since the eternal world is about to open, we must go. And it's not just us who will go. I'm afraid all the experts in the world will go. It will be another battle. The realm of everlasting life has always been a legend. Is it true that there is immortality in there?" Chu Hongyan asked in a daze. Yu Shengfeng laughed. "Haha, how is that possible? Even if it's the omnidirectional divine realm, it's impossible to be immortal. As for the situation, we'll naturally know when we get there." "The realm of eternal life has a long history," Yunxiao said. "Is there no record of it in the Sea of Soul Formation and the Divine Firmament Palace? It's said that Gu Qingqing once went to look for the world of everlasting life, but the result was nothing," Chu Hongyan said with a frown. If it was before, he would have added the word ancestor to Gu Qingqing's name. But now he didn't have that respect. Gu Qingqing. Yu Shengfeng did not know that Gu Qingqing had already entered Yunshang's body. He snorted. That guy probably died in Langya heaven. I've read some records about the world of everlasting life. It's not a place for eternal life, but a man-made place for ascension.